Hello. Hello.
Does anyone know of a cool streamer that's been in my chats before that I have, like, neglected to have them get auto shout out when it happens? Yeah, excuse me, nose. Granted, I should probably get moving over to the blah 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 blah. You just got shocked the shit out of. You was changing a light bulb. Why are you changing? Okay. Changing a light bulb, like, at this random hour. So you were changing a light bulb, ceiling lights and shocked the fuck out of you. I'm fine, but you had hair. It would be standing on end. Turn off the cookie for night sky. Here's your cookie, night sky. Turn off the power, or turn off the breaker light thingamajiggy, or at least the off switch on the light. Hi there, Jack. Welcome to the stream. Someone decided to try and change a light bulb, and they got a bit quickly short-circuited or something. Also, sippies, because I can. You need a big, strong Zeebs to change a light bulb? No, you don't need a big, strong Zeebs. You need a step ladder. You're playing Gears of War? That's the plan. Unless there's been some, you know, crazy, disastrous, like, reason. It's not in a Hogwarts Legacy kind of situation where if I start picking up a video game that's like, no. I love how that's my first go-to problem is like, oh, Jack's questioning this. Could it be because this is a cancelable offense on Twitch? And then Jack's just sort of like, I don't think so. What if I need Z so he can carry me so I can change it? I was gonna ask if I could join. Ah, okay. Oh, I'm only going for the first one, and I wasn't aware it was like a fully I wasn't aware it was like a co-op adventure and such. I thought it was like just it's co-op. Ah, okay. I thought that was like in the second or third game. But nah, like, this is gonna be my first time playing, like, Gears of War and what have you. I know that's gonna sound real crazy to someone that, you know, grew up on, like, sort of Xbox in the later years and Xbox 360 and such, but for whatever reason, Gears of War just was not that game for me. It wasn't, I don't know why. I feel like at the time, Gears of War might have been, I just looked at it and it was like, oh, this feels like something that's trying to get into like Halo's britches or something like that. Maybe that was the thingy-majiggy? Can we use your pecs as a ladder to change the light? No. That's ridiculous. I don't know if it's possible. Is it normal for my hand to be a bit numb? Wild Saber, probably because you still have like little tingling and what have you, but probably is, I am not a doctor. Although, as Jack is probably, Jack's probably got the better idea. I would probably, you know, maybe go, you know, ring up a doctor or something like that. Cause you might have gotten, you're experiencing secondhand shock. Ah, okay, so that's what he's talking about. Look, I've not gotten electrocuted when changing a light bulb because normally I've like, even dumb me, I will, you know, normally turn off the lights when I do so. I don't ice your hand. Okay, that. Also, like, probably don't ask the dumb himbo zebra how to deal with, you know, medical, like, questions and such like that. Like, you know, I'm not someone that's gonna know these things, like, right off the top of my head. I don't have, like, a lot of experience in the medicine, alright? The closest you'll find... Excuse me. Like, the closest you'll probably find me, like, you know, doing... Can't go to the doc at this hour. Ah, damn. No, there should be an after hours. There's normally an after hours thing. I swear there's, like, you don't have to call, like, 911 or anything like that. But I swear there's, like, you know, there's gotta be, like, a medical helpline where you're just sort of like, hey, you're not a doctor either, don't touch any more electrical stuffs for a bit. Yeah, those are really good advice, honestly. Probably don't touch any more, like, you know, electrical things. So, but yeah, like, just general principle stuff. But yeah, welcome everyone. Happy Monday. Happy, I don't know how many of you are still experiencing Sunday right now and having the International Women's Day. That one, I'm gonna be frank with you, I kind of forgot that was a thing when I was streaming yesterday, but you know, it's still International Women's Day for some people, so good for them. Happy for the women. It would be great if there was more days where women were recognized, I'm sure, but unfortunately we live in a patriarchal society where we're only now coming to terms with this kind of stuff because some of the stuff I've learned, you know, women didn't have a lot of, like, crazy equal rights. Like, until, like, the 1960s or something like that, it was like, oh yeah, women couldn't be the only ones to sign on a lease for a new house or, like, owning their own business independently. Like, there was just some stuff, like, even after, like, the Equal Rights Act and such like that, trying to get passed and what have you, where it was just a case of, like, oh yeah, women, you know, you still need a man for these things. And it's like, that's kind of nutty. You're trying to research the game, but I'll say this is someone who beat the game. Ah, no spoilers, please. So yeah, even if it's just, like, mechanical things, I'm very much in the mood for, like, stay close to your team. Fair enough. I'm not one of those people that go for, like, the heaviest difficulty or anything like that. I will be frank with you. I'm more like someone that will just sort of, you know, play at whatever my comfortable vibe is, but I will at least keep myself to, like, a normal difficulty or something like that. I don't like properly raising the difficulty in games, and there's very few instances that I want to lower the difficulty in games. Like, as much as I'm one of those kinds of, like, tryhards and such, but I will still advocate for, if games do want to do difficulty, like, settings and such like that, it is important that they give the option, because there's nothing taken away from me when the option is presented to me. There is definitely a lot more problems if the option is taken away from people. When stuff gets hard, I'll keep an eye on what you do. No pressure, as I have someone that's, you know, previously played Gears of War, like, critiquing my Gears of War play. Let me just see if the game will even boot up. Like, I should probably should have done, like, a test launch, like, a little whiles ago. Probably should have done that before I started streaming, because Lord knows, if there's going to be, like, a problem with the game, it's gonna be popping up, like, at this hour here, most likely. At this moment here. Oh, look, easy anti-cheat is a thing. Honestly, should check if Xbox even works to try what I'm thinking. Oh, if Gears of War has, like, cross-play compatibility, that would actually be... or cross-platform compatibility, that would actually be kind of crazy that Microsoft would set that kind of thing up. Alright. Now, I will be real with you. Ah! The volume! Damn, that was loud. Gonna lower the volume for myself. The Huns were ahead of their time. Watch Mulan. The villain didn't even question Mulan being a girl. He referred to her as a soldier in the mountain. Women have high rank in society. Yeah, that's true. I've seen that take a few times. Alright, press start.
For a time, the humans of Serra knew the illusion of peace. Until... Emergence Day.
Wait, were these things from the ground or aliens?
In time, their valiant defense was crushed, with billions dead. Humans denied their enemy control by destroying their own civilization. Now, the long struggle against overwhelming odds approaches a final, desperate stand.
Yeah, this does scream to me a game from 2006. Oh, come on, game. You can do it. Don't crash on me. Excuse me. All right. What do you mean vibration? Like. Nope. Nope.
Sweet, sweet.
Quick taps. Choose whether they require tapping or holding. I'm fine with tapping. Text to speech. Speech to text. Screen narration. Flash reduction. No. Ah, this one. Cool. Alright, If it was OG Gears of War, then you'd have a path. The Carmine death counter has been reset. Understood. Welcome to Gears of War Reloaded. A bonus campaign act, multiplayer maps, character, and cosmetics are all included. Play with your friends across platforms. Saves and multiplayer progress come with you. Cool. Hey, it's even got my name. Alright. And then I can see friends and what have you. Nice. Alright. We are going to get started with the campaign. And we're just going to go with a single player, new. Oh, so is it like not like, you know, Gears of War 1, Gears of War 2, Gears of War 3, and the Reloaded? Is Gears of War Reloaded just the first one, or is it just like a weird... Hang on a second. I probably should have Googled this way sooner. Gears of War Reloaded. How does this work? Gears of War Reloaded. So... So there's Gears of War Ultimate Edition, which is a remaster of the 2000... an enhanced port based on Ultimate, so Gears of War Reloaded was... Yep. So... The first installment of Gears of War series. Cool. I guess then that does raise the question... if this is only giving me the first game, how do I get to the others? Gears of War 2 for Xbox 360, second installment. Cookie for Pecula. Here's your cookie, Volpecula. This is about using a modified. It was followed by Gears of. Gears of War Trilogy on PC. You can use cloud gaming for the original 3 games and Gears of War Judgment if you have Game Pass Ultimate. Ah, okay, so there is a way of, like, you know, doing... Oh, and then, of course, there's always emulation if I have the original games. Just Vol is fine. We're on first name basis. Yeah, but the username says Volpecula. I'm gonna say Volpecula. It's just there. New player guide. How to play all Gears of War titles. Cloud gaming. Oh, okay, so... Probably get myself a subscription to cloud gaming or something like that. Like, depending on how quickly I get through the Gears of War games. And then... So yeah, Gears of War Ultimate Edition is... So yeah, so this is just a modification of the first game.
Go suck a lemon.
You go suck a lemon, Blue. You don't see the terminal? What terminal? Also, hi. Hopefully you had a wonderful time with your What's Movies. All right. I'm going to go with normal mode. So, this is the first Gears of War game. And then, don't get stomped. Understood. I'm just playing through the normal difficulty level. I haven't even started yet. I only just started, Izzy. And also, I just recently learned that Gears of War Reloaded isn't the trilogy of Gears of War 1, 2, and 3, but is just the first Gears of War game.
Jack, rip that door.
And we're not even at, like, the start of quote-unquote Eat Day. We're apparently at, like, 14 years after.
What are you doing here?
Getting you out. Here, put this on. You'll need it.
Nice. Thank you, Dom.
Like trouble for doing this.
Not anymore. Things have changed. We better go.
Wait, is this the voice of Jake the dog?
You can't just leave them here.
They're gone. Hoffman pardoned everybody.
Is that right?
Welcome
Like,
back to the army.
I don't know why. This gruffled voice rings a bell
Shit.
in terms of like, oh, this is the VA that's in everything. Like, I swear I've seen a video or something like that where it has this guy and he's like, he's my brother, and then starts cursing him out, and then it's just like, meanwhile, in another franchise, and it's just Jake going, making baking pancakes, put a little bacon and I put them in a pancake, bacon pancakes.
We've got two options. We can go back the way I came, through the guards' quarters. It takes time, but it's safe. Or we can go through the prison blocks and get right into the fight. Your choice.
Let's go for some
Let's
training.
take the guards' quarters. I gotta work out the kinks.
Sounds good, man. I got your back.
All right.
6-4, this is Delta 2. We are en route. Over.
Copy that. We are beginning our run. 6-4 in position. Fox 1, Fox 1.
Look at your squad mates or other points by holding Q. All right, cool.
6-4, this is Delta 2. Hold your fire. We are inside the prison. Over.
Roger that. Holding fire. Advise you relocate ASAP.
Ooh, interesting.
Man,
that it,
if
like,
Command knew I was here to get you, I'd be in some deep shit. Come on, let's go.
review by holding left shift. Yep, awesome. And yes, I'm gonna get the basics. It was because of a community vote that the third Carmine brother survived in Gears of... Wait, what? Are you giving me spoils? Are you giving me I haven't even gotten through the first game and you're already telling me shit that might be relevant to like how the first and second game? Who the fuck is the Carmine brother? Do I have to hit people with the message? You'll find out soon. Cool, awesome. Hang on, let me just close this thingy-majiggy real quick and then back over to you. I thought you played them already. No! No, I haven't. Like, fun fact, Blue, a lot of video games that I play on this, like, if I'm playing a video game on stream, there's a very good chance that I haven't played it before the stream. What's more is the title says first playthrough. Like, this is my first time playing this. You forgot to put no spoilers on your tag and stream. All right, fine, no spoilers. Ding dong. I thought because of the fact that it said first playthrough, that would have been enough, but clearly not. This is my first time playing
Hit
this.
that button to open the door.
Oop. That is a giant fucking button, Jesus. Also, I need to swap this thing back to chat. The first rule of streaming chatter is as dumb as bricks and can't read. Shoot the two breakers to unlock the door.
One more. All right. You wanted to work out the kinks? This is the place to do it.
Press space. Cool. To select special cover moves while in cover, use W and S to perform a select.
Nice!
What are those guys doing here?
That's Victor's squad. They're clearing the sector.
They're gonna need more choppers.
Okay, cool. So get to the prison. Oh wait, no, hang on. I need to break open the store, don't I? Yep, there we go. Because yeah, we couldn't get there from here, so. But if you fall at any point, you're definitely gonna need to use your tactical sword.
Take cover! How about you take point?
Ground units are taking heavy fire. We have hostiles in all directions.
Okay, so I'm gonna need a.
Oh yeah. Calling for reinforcements, over.
Marcus, the tower!
Oh damn!
Shit, it's a timed security door. Gonna have to hit the button and run.
To roadie run. The fuck is a roadie run? Oh, that's
Nice.
What the hell's been going on in this prison?
You don't want to know.
problems. I am responsible for myself and my actions, as said by Nassar Embry. Crazy. Alright.
Marcus, grab the grenades.
Oh, hello. Oh, I can only hold 4. Okay, okay.
Scratch one grub.
6-4, get a frag in there!
Copy that. We are clearing area for extraction.
Welcome to Gears of War, Grunt. Just
Marcus, they're cutting through the door. Take cover. Take cover!
Yeah, I'm taking cover right the fuck now.
Get ready. Here they come!
Oh god, are you kidding me?
Let's get out there. Delta 1, this is Delta 2. We are ready for extraction. Over.
Copy that. Enemy units right there, over.
I guess that's what the little bar does. Oh. Like the little reload thing in the thingy.
Flank left.
Okay.
More are coming. 2 clicks to your right. Can you suppress? Over. Negative. We can only cover one target. We need your guns. Over. Negative, negative. We are also taking heavy fire. Stand by.
Oh, yeah.
Incoming. Now! Now! Oh, shit. This is 6-1. I'm hit. I'm hit.
Uh-oh.
Controls, not...
Don't mind if I do.
6-1 is down. I repeat, 6-1 is down.
Yay, I got my muscles back. Also, hi there, Rudy Sapphire. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully you're doing all right.
Be advised, we are aborting mission. Repeat, we are aborting mission. Retrieving Delta Squad now.
What about me?
Delta, there's something moving below ground. Over. I see it too.
So yeah, I guess like the little like that. There we go. So yeah, the little like thingamadiggy in the top right is like the reload like extra thing. Roadie time. Hopefully, damn. I feel old. Why do you feel old, Ruby? Zeebs is learning timed tactics. Time it right and you get powered up bullets. Ah, cool.
Welcome to Delta Square.
I thought it just reloaded faster.
Where we going?
Embry Square. Colonel Hoffman's waiting for us.
Hoffman. Oh, Oh, shit.
Should I know that guy?
Awesome.
Hey, are you the Marcus Phoenix? The one who fought at Ashfield Fields?
Yep.
Wow, cool!
I'm guessing that guy's gonna die.
Not really.
Because...
You! Traitor like you doesn't deserve to wear the uniform. Looks to me like you need all the help you can get. Step aside. Lieutenant, I've got good news. We have a plan to end this war. Once and for all.
Yeah, right.
Sensors are picking up enemy movement, sir, close by.
Okay, so... should I have been given a little blurb at the start as to, like, what...
Locust! Take cover!
Shit!
We now have the light.
Wait, was that Carmine there?
Take out all these bastards with one shot. But it can't work if we don't have the targeting data. That's why.
Also,
we
did that
need
bullet
the
just ting
resonator.
on the back?
It'll map their tunnels so that we can hit those sons of bitches where they live.
Now I'm pissed.
Up there! We've lost contact with Alpha.
But yeah, like, there's some aspect of this story where I'm like, wait, I feel like 14 years of, like, you know, skip ahead. I'm like, okay, I have no understanding why Marcus, you know, was in the prison or what have you.
Are you kidding? You are the support, son.
Down to 2.
Nemesis are keeping our birds out of the area. You'll have to move in on foot.
We're screwed.
Thank you.
All clear.
Dom is very matter-of-factly.
We'll be feeding you intel.
Yes, sir. And the smart thing to do right now would be to leave.
You, get it done. I expect you to give me 110%, Phoenix.
I'm not doing this for you.
Yeah, what's your beef? I have no idea what Marcus's beef is with Hoffman.
Reinforcements.
Take cover.
That one was on the house. Good luck, Delta.
Get up those stairs. Alpha's waiting.
Oh, damn it.
Oh, shit.
I pressed too soon.
Okay, man, here we go. You still got it?
I guess we'll find out, huh?
Ooh. Oh, that's just a human. I thought that was a locust face for a second. Can this door be broken? No, it can't be broken. Damn it, I didn't do that fast enough.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, there we go. Got that one right.
Grab those tags. The family back home will want them.
Hello? Oh, so I can hold, like, multiple guns. Nice. Alright. Alright, Kim, Carmine, and Dom. Okay, so we still have Carmine. Oh. Well, that's a battle arena if ever I learned. I forget if you learn their beef. There. Questions about the game shall be answered by playing the game, as I always say.
Marcus, flank up.
Got him.
That's a very strong, that's a very strong grenade. It is weird using like space for like, you know, dashing and such, and then shift for getting directions. Here we go. Oop. There we go. Get closer.
Hey, shit, die!
You still need to beat 2 and 3? I still need to beat 1. I haven't played any of these.
Control, this is Delta. We have visuals on Alpha. Possible KIA. No sign of resonator.
Roger that, Delta. Keep looking.
Melee kills are the best part of this game. Ooh, okay. I don't know how to do those.
I'll open the door. I've got the code.
Big ass fucking door.
Multiple contacts.
Oh, yeah! I'm out.
Fire in the hole! Damn it!
Oh, yeah!
Alright, so we put that for ammunition. Reload this. Reloaded
Oh,
too soon.
shit!
Once again, pressing shift.
I hope that's not Rojas down there. This little boy just turned 2 last week.
Bad. Yeah.
Well, it could be Alpha. Cog tags are gone.
Is that the resonator?
Nah.
Now what?
The
Let's
fuck
get
is
that
it then?
resonator.
Why'd you grab it?
Marcus. What do you think?
What do I think? Could be Alpha, or it could be the Locust setting a trap. There's only one way to know for sure.
Inside the House of Sovereigns.
Our next target is House of Sovereigns. Straight ahead. Move!
Oh. I thought that thing was gonna be relatively important. Oh, shit.
Like right.
Yeah, you don't...
Like right.
Yep, I heard you the first time. Oh, cool. And I can fully rotate it.
Use that turret.
Hell yeah. N- Also, why in... Oh, hello. Forward. not the same symbol, but now you match the vibe. Thank you. The cog is like, I've seen the cog like in advertisement and such. I feel like it's probably gonna be like a very like, it's a very simplified like iconography, which works to the favor of you know, just recognition and what have you.
Got him.
There we go. Alright. Where to?
Grab hold!
Plug him up!
What the? Seal the emergence holes. Oh, okay, I see.
Another grub hole! Get a frag in there!
Fire in the hole! I'm out!
Damn it, I don't have any other grenades, so that's a problem.
Sup, bitches? Nice!
There we go.
Hey, so puff!
Nice.
Nice!
Where's the other guy? Oh, there he is.
I think we're good. Let's grab some ammo.
Follow me!
What the hell, man? Those holes could pop up anywhere.
You'd think we would have figured out some kind of goddamn defense by now.
Yeah. Command's tried everything, but nothing works. If the locusts want to come up, they come up.
I used to have nightmares about those things when I was a kid.
Shit. I still do.
Fork in the road.
Looks like we need to split up.
I like going the left.
Phoenix, you and Carmine will go left. Dom and I will go right.
Yes, sir.
Hi there, Fizz. Welcome to the stream. I'm going through Gears of War for the first time. Apparently this guy's gonna die, because apparently like every like Carmine has died in like a Gears of War game. So that was spoiled to me. Neat.
Grubs!
Copy that.
Flank up!
Yeah, how?
Engaging!
Oh, is this the point where I try and melee them? How do I? Oh, never mind. There we go. I think I helped them out. Now the quest. Oh, there we go. This way. To the bath. God damn, these are some very depressing toilets, let me tell you.
There's another nest around the corner!
With a spotter, on the right!
Take him out first.
Okay, you did not help there. Yeah, you're kind of under, like, contested fire right now, so... Oh, there we go. Can I jump over this? No, I cannot. Okay.
We've got locusts coming through! Let's move!
Someone get on that troika!
Oh, absolutely mowing him down. Oh, that was cool to see.
Nice!
Hell yeah.
Good job, men. Now let's go find that resonator. Move out.
Oh. Did it mention a melee button? Not yet.
Reinforcements!
Like, it just has Q. And then... Is it E? Is it... Oh! F. Here we go. It's F. Oh, can't make it through that gap, so just gotta kick it open.
Control, this is Delta Squad. Any word from Alpha?
A lot of chapters in Act
Delta.
1.
We still have radio silence. Over.
Roger that. Dom, Phoenix, you'll look for a way in. Carmine and I will stay back and suppress.
What about Alpha?
We'll save him if we can.
How many peeps are there in Alpha?
Let's go. All clear.
Alright, something big and something stupid.
Go, go, go! I'm out!
Grenadier! Watch our flank!
Get in there and flank that nest. We'll cover.
Yeah, it's gonna be a bit difficult for me.
Back in your hole! Oh, yeah!
There we go.
We got a grab hold! Lock and load!
Come on, there we go.
Fire in the hole!
Ah, 15 out of 25. I'm doing fairly good on the reload thing. Ow, oh, that's you. Okay.
Oh, yeah! All clear.
At least it's not instant death with a shotgun to the face.
Get a move on, soldier.
Yeah, let me just pick up some grenades, because they would be very useful. Gain entrance to the House of Sovereigns. Cool. Ah, you didn't want me inside.
You good?
Eh.
Yeah, but I got a problem. Something's wrong with this thing. It keeps jamming. See?
Sniper! Take position!
Okay, that was a stupid death, Carmine.
Locust reinforcements!
Like, it wasn't, like...
Take cover!
I'm just thinking in my head of, like, I just knew he was gonna... Like... If it wasn't for the fact I was primed on this thing, like, it probably would have been devastating. So hung up on.
Ah, damn!
There we go. Oh, no, you fucking don't. Where the fuck is the shotgun in?
Ah, damn!
Oh, oh. Oh.
This way.
Oh, yeah!
Oh, that was dumb of me. Low the last checkpoint. But yeah, like...
Locust reinforcements! Take cover!
Oh, yeah!
Where the fuck is the other shotgun user? I hear a shot. Oh, there he is.
This way.
Oh, yeah!
Where's the other guy? I want to try and melee him. Yeah! Oh my god, that's Chris. That reminds me of Space Marines. That's kind of cool.
This is Delta. Come in.
Nice.
Military equipment.
The youngest Carmine death in the next game is more tragic as you have more time to get attached to him.
Carmine? Man.
Thanks for the spoilers, Wild Saber.
I'll open the door. I've got the code.
I think we just found Alpha.
Move!
I told you like the melee.
Somebody's...
Thank you, Jack Raiden. Alright, where's the...
Holy shit! It's one guy!
Damn! You can't keep straight. Well, let me help you with this. Oh, yeah!
Damn it, did not reload that in time. Oh, Cole!
Needs our help.
Yeah, do I
Get
just...
down those stairs.
What's... Oh, there we go. Meow. Is this it? Come on. Oh my god, the movement is gonna be a bit of a weirdies. Where is he? Ow!
Oh, yeah, I'm back in the game.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, that was beautiful, baby.
State your name,
He's sleeveless.
Private Augustus Cole, Alpha Squad, sir.
Cole? As in the coal train?
Yeah, that's right.
Where's the rest of your squad?
Coal
Sitting tight
train.
Over in the tomb.
We're Delta Squad. We're here to retrieve the sonic device.
And to
Also,
get you
he's
guys outta
fucking
here.
sleeveless.
Hell yeah, we've been waiting for the chopper, but the radios don't work for shit. Sir,
We noticed.
it's the Cedars. They're jamming our transmissions. Then we have to make those Cedars our top priority, sir.
Oh my gosh.
Agreed.
We need to re-establish radio contact with Control ASAP.
Is he not wearing even like an undershirt under that? He's just wearing that armor bare knuckled. Jesus Christ, Cole.
3. Damn.
The one and only, baby.
Remember
Wait,
this
number?
guy? He played for the Cougars, defensive lineman.
Oh, he's not called the
you
Cole
play.
Train because of a military thing, but because of a football thing.
Remember? Division playoffs, 40-yard line.
I remember you owe me $20.
Oh yeah? See me after the war.
Famous footballer player in the game. Wait, is he like a real footballer in the game? Like, is like Cole Augustus like an actual footballer or something? Oh, okay. He's just famous in the realm of, oh, Jesus Christ.
What was that?
Cole is your favorite character? Nice, nice, nice.
Stay vertical.
What?
Hold here. Jack, decloak and rip this door.
What? Oh, hi, Jack. How long were you following us? A lot of them.
Keep those things away from Jack. Multiple contacts!
There's too many!
Hold your position!
Ow.
They're everywhere!
Good thing they only took like 2 bullets.
Nice!
Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah!
Oh yeah! 25 perfectly timed active reloads completed. Oh shit! Fuck you.
Door's open.
Jack is your aide. He will always be nearby. Ah, okay.
Let's go.
Damn! What is that smell?
Books?
Seriously, something smells wrong in here.
Those steers. They're nasty, man.
Hammer of Dawn.
Get your heads back in the fight, soldiers. Focus. You two, get over here and take these weapons. Don't use them until I give the order.
The hammer. Remain still and hold fire at one spot for several seconds to fire a beam. It only fires if satellites are available in open sky. Ah, okay. Well, I picked up the Hammer of Dawn, so I'm ready.
That is just not right.
Fire your weapon, soldier. Hold your trigger down. It gives the satellites time to triangulate.
Ooh. Although that was real fast, so.
Hell yeah!
Wait, why don't I just... Get roasted.
Yeah! Whoa! Bring it on, baby!
Oh, cool. The bridge is down.
Piece of shit.
We should use the Hammer of Dawn all the time.
It only works outside. And even then, only when the satellites are overhead. Basically, you lucked out. Control, this is Delta. Come in.
I'm keeping it.
Good. There must be more cedars. Let's go.
Alright, where's the next? Oh, also. It almost sounds like it has, like, I'd say keep one handy, but that's stupid is only good situationally. Oh, it's only stupidly good situationally. Where do you want me going? Because you're... Sorry. A lot of... It almost feels like a little backtrack.
Alpha's waiting.
Now we're here. What? Where are you guys? Alright. AI is just having a little bit of a problem.
What's that? Lock and load.
We got some more.
Phoenix, you still got the Hammer of Dawn?
Yep.
Out of the way. Hold your trigger down. It gives the satellites time to triangulate.
Come on!
Nice! Fire your weapon, soldier!
Yeah! There we go. Another melee kill.
All clear.
Come on, guys. We got to get Alpha.
All right. It's only good outside. Yeah, I figured because of the whole, you know, the fact that it's a, oh. It's a gun that, like, you know, needs satellites and things, so. Ooh, okay, so we can go out here.
Control, Delta, come in, Control.
Copy, Delta. Your signal is extremely weak.
We are working on that problem. En route to Alpha's position.
Delta, this is 2-4. Repeat, please. Are you with Alpha? Is PC clear? Running low on fuel, over.
Negative 2-4. Negative. Stand by. Move out, Private.
Fire in the hole! Next!
Note to self, don't just click for grenade. You have to aim for it. And reload too soon. Ooh, hello. What is...
We should remember.
What is this?
It's Rojas.
Oh?
Maybe I didn't do you any favors getting you out of prison.
We're going...
Let's go.
Right. Taking a hot minute
What's
to
all
get
this
places.
shit about Hoffman's operation and his resonator?
It'll map the underground network. Then we can find the Locust Heart and rip it out.
Ooh. Alright, okay, so... Destroy Central Command kind of situation. Okay, that statue is kind of cool, but god damn it, Hoffman. Why does it sound like there's a bigger guy?
Marcus! Down there! Cedar!
Last one. Here we go.
Back in your hole!
Good shot.
All right, next round. Oh, he's moving.
And that's 3 for 3.
Hi, Cat. She gearing on my war till Marcus or something. Okay. Nice try.
I copy Delta loud and clear.
All
So,
Cedars
yay.
are neutralized. Moving to Alpha's location now.
That's great news, Delta.
Can I
Stand
drop
by for
down?
Alpha.
This is Alpha.
You don't know Gears, to be honest? That's okay. Neither do I. This is my first time playing it,
Delta squad is in the house.
but I've
of
already
Solid.
had like
Over.
someone tell
Well,
me
that's great.
the
We're pinned down by troikers on your rooftop. Over.
that like there's a dude
Understood.
named
Sit
Carmine
tight.
in every
We'll take them
game.
out.
We're not going
And they
anywhere,
die.
sir.
Delta out. Find those troikas.
Oh, that's cool. The little ammo thing like fell out there.
Hostiles.
Oop, hello.
Get ready. Here they come.
Fire in the hole.
There we go. Yeah. How's it going? How's it going, Cat? How goes the arting? Yeah, I'm thinking art. Or oh no, you were playing Resident Evil recently, actually.
We have visuals
That
on
was
your
like back when I
location.
was playing Resident Evil
We'd like to
Requiem.
have your ammo on our location right now.
Wilco, Delta out.
Meow. The way he sprints, it looks like he's ready to take a shit. Ooh,
Got it.
nice. There we go. No one else to worry about? Nope. Alright, moving on.
Hello, everybody. My name is
Hello. Ding dong. Hello. Hi, why. Welcome. There we go. Active read. Wait. Someone trying to shoot me from above?
Move.
Alright, and then Lancer ammo. How goes things on your side?
Pretty alright.
Alright.
Today was a bit of a nothing burger day.
I can barely hear you just then. Do I need to adjust the game volume, or were you just like really far away?
Oh no, I'm fucked. My microphone is actively dying. Like, I'm not sure if I need a new wire, or a new mic, or a new audio interface.
Yeah, and you're not exactly in a budgetary position to check all those things.
Yeah, exactly. I've just got the gain all the way up.
Ah, okay. So... Because you're using like an XLR mic or just a USB mic?
Yeah, I'm using an XLR mic.
Okay, well, it's unlikely going to be like the DAC, because those things are meant to last, is the thing. So
The DAC?
the digital audio, like, so that's the thing that converts an XLR mic, you know, signal into a digital thing.
So like my Focusrite, my Scarlet Solo.
Yes, that. Lol, he doesn't whip that thing 180, he instead just... Yeah! Look at that. Glad
How much even is an MXL 770 going for nowadays?
Sorry?
How much is an MXL 770 going for nowadays?
Probably quite a lot of
$200
money.
bucks.
Oh, I see. Won't let him.
If anyone's got
There you go.
good and cheap
Also, hi
XLR
there.
recommendations, let me know.
Quite on, like, XLR recommendation, like, there's the Behringer. Are you talking like the DAC or the mics?
The mics.
Well, honestly, like cheap. There's like the newer mics, NWER. Because quite frankly, like just many XLR microphones are just going to be better than a headset microphone first and foremost. So
that's what I'm doing.
So yeah, so you could do that. I upgraded to the Audio-Technica 2020. They have both an XLR and a USB version. So you're welcome for your choices.
Lock and load.
I am wearing Audio-Technica headphones right now, so it'd be brand synergy.
It could be brand synergy. I don't think there's any like bonus from. All right.
Oh, there's not. It's just like it's funny.
Yeah. All right, let me just reload this. All right, how far? Ooh, the shotgun was good. All right, and it's got a really low.
Sweet.
Really low like margin for error there, in terms of doing. Like,
if someone would like to pay me, let's see, $145.
Just really quickly, give a support to Cap! Exclamation point Cap!
A lot of lies too.
Well, you've got some nerve, soldier. I know all about your trial.
What? The fuck is he talking about? Like, honor, loyalty, faith, humility, order, diligence, purity, labor.
This war is very sort of like Warhammer coded in a way.
Yeah, it is.
Pickup zone. We need to clear it. That means no locust on the ground. And
I mean, you're even wearing the Aquila right now.
Get on those troikas.
Oh shit.
Sorry. 40k has been on the brain. I've been reading Horus Rising.
You'll need to say that again. I missed that.
I've been reading like Horus Heresy's been on the mind because I've been reading Horus Rising.
Oh yeah, I've read the first 4 books. How are you finding it so far?
I'm like, I'm like 7 chapters into the second part of the first book.
Yep.
I'm enjoying it very much.
All right, so basically you've had like, you know, the introductory I was there when Horus killed the Emperor, and the story of how like they went to a planet, they said it was Terra or something like that, and because of like, insinuating that there's only one true Emperor to humanity, they then went into a huge fight.
Big fan of Loken, big fan of Little Horus.
Sorry, I just needed to quickly share this to you. So
Where's Rojas?
Dings, exchange, 30 frames, 720, just so you can.
My god, the gears. They're the gears of war. Look at my chin and my bandana. I'm Latino. Look at my soul patch. I look like Fred Durst. Yeah!
Watch as this helicopter gets destroyed. Yep. Down to and they're going all out with like the slow-mo. Although the sound is so fucking crunchy here.
Take cover.
That was a very crunchy crash explosion.
They're flanking!
Guns almost do look like bolters though.
Just a little bit.
That guy looked like that one dude off of Mad Max.
Our strategy remains the same.
Why does her voice sound familiar?
Cut off the head of the smith, and the body dies.
Let's see. Carolyn Seymour. Dr. Shackwas. Mass Effect.
Okay.
We will win this war.
From Mass
Only
Effect.
a matter of time.
No, we're here for Alpha and the Resonator. Come on!
No, Kim! I only saw you for like an hour at this point. That was cool. Like, the gratuitous violence, the extra hypermasculinism, like, that works, but
Lieutenant Kim is dead.
the narrative of being like, oh yeah, we're just gonna jump 14 years ahead of
We need a way out of here.
like the war and shit, and oh shit, no, I wasn't meant to skip. Fuck. I just wanted to pause.
I don't think you missed anything. Fuck, Kim's dead. I can't believe this.
Control.
Here we go.
This is Private Phoenix.
Oh, okay. So for whatever reason, enter is to pause and unpause. But yeah, the like going through this, like I like the gunplay. It's fairly good as far as over the shoulder stuff goes from 2006. It is definitely like kind of a little bit dated with like a little bit of like the hyper masculinism and, you know, going like I feel like this was their attempt in trying to do like human realism here and there. Like the oh my gosh, the glove, like there it has like just the weird ribbing nonsense there that's obviously trying to be like, you know, some weird like extra protection leather and such. But yeah, the thing I'm not enthusiastic about is just the like it's doing almost the same thing as like, you know, Halo was doing kind of thing, where it's like, oh, we're just gonna jump you straight into the sci-fi. And this one does it even poorer because it's a case of like, oh, Marcus, they grabbed out of prison, who, like, as far as I know, like the humans put him in that prison. It's not like the Master Chief where it's like, oh yeah, let's get you out of isolation, like the frozen thingy-majiggy, which, you know, is just our means of holding, you know, our super weapons in place. It's like, no, there's connotation to people being kept in prison. So like, you know, like why was he in prison? Why is he like, you know, annoyed with Hogswash or whatever the fuck his the commander's name was?
They put me in a prison only to take me out to be a gear of war.
Yep, exactly. And then we had a moment in this mission where like Kim is like, he was doing like a thing of like, oh, this is calling the kettle calling the pot black. I heard about your trial, and I'm like, what fucking trial? Like I am, like my only introduction to Marcus here is, I got out of prison. All right, let's do this. And I'm just that's it. That's all the characterization I got, which is, you know, cool.
I got out of prison. They gave me a retrial. I got Phoenix right on retainer.
If I remember from the lore, Zeebs, without game spoilers, the Call government was highly corrupt and was in a civil war with a Republic government over fuel, and at the end of the war, Emergence Day happened, catching humanity off guard. Where was I gonna learn that?
Gotta learn it by reading the novels.
I'm like, there's a novel to this thing?
Dead.
I don't know.
So we've fallen back inside the tomb and we need a way out of here.
Repeat, Alpha. Kim is dead?
Confirmed, Control. KIA.
Roger that. There's a courtyard at the other end of your building. That's your best bet.
Copy that. Well, we sure as shit can't stay here.
Baird.
You're Baird.
Oh, I got that right.
Right, asshole. Question is, who are you?
He looks like Sid. Was that on purpose?
Sid from Final Fantasy? Yeah, he does look like that.
Like, look at him. That is Sid coded right there. This is the man that's like, ah, yes, I can put things together. Don't you worry. But I feel like that's being done because it's a dude with short blonde hair with goggles. It's Sid if we
and
put
a
him
soul
in the
patch.
military. Oh, he's got a soul patch as well.
Everyone's got a soul patch.
Oh my god. All right. I'm gonna need to keep count of like how often there's just something that's just like, oh yeah, like this is making I feel like is taking like almost parody from like other IPs and other referencing games and such. So like Marcus Phoenix just being like they got me out of prison. It's about time. Like it feels like, you know, some of the space like whatever they call from StarCraft. What's the name of the peeps from StarCraft? The people in like the space suits that are like the Marines but they're not Space Marines. It's Blizzard, so they're legally distinct Space Marines. But yeah, anyway, so we got that one, and now we've got to 2, which is Baird. I feel like the Coal Train is like a proper new thing to me. I have not seen someone being like, oh yeah, like I used to be in sports, but now I'm in the military. For the sake of humanity, let's go! There ain't no stopping this train!
You gotta realize that this is genuinely American military funded propaganda.
She can hear us.
Wait,
she can
serious?
Smell us.
Most games are.
Okay, I understand that most like Call of Duty, American like sniper, like there's a lot of like explicitly military industrial complex sponsoring and such, like the LAPD having a media department for anyone that wants to make TV shows about cops. But considering this is all like seeped in sci-fi fetish.
Let's get out of here. We gotta get fucking out of here, man.
Giles, you're gonna die. Yep, you're dead.
Oh my god. Control, this is Delta. We have a berserker in the vicinity. Please advise.
Hold your fire, Delta. Standard weapons won't work. Do you still have the Hammer of Dawn?
Affirmative, Control.
You've only got...
Is that the name of a ship in Halo?
Get her outside and use the hammer. That's the only thing that'll work.
Wilco, Delta out. Alright, guys.
Use the reference to Halo.
We came here to help you. And that's what we're gonna do.
What year did Halo come out?
Let's go.
01, I think.
Okay, so this one's like 05, 06, so... Ooh. So, there we go. Also, let me get back my... So grab you, and then...
Oh shit, I was right. 2001.
Okay, I can't put the Hammer of Dawn on the 3, but I can put the Hammer of Dawn on the 2. There we go. Alright. Find another way out. So, this way.
So, what's the plan? Well, unfortunately, all we got.
Yeah, it's so crazy that we never got a Halo game after Reach.
Chat. Do
Such
I
a popular
tell her?
franchise. They never. It never got a game after Reach. Never ever.
Yeah, Bungie didn't make a Halo game after Reach. Oh, there's the...
Yep.
Oh, fuck. Here we go. Smashable door. Smash. There we go. Oh, shit! I didn't realize you could smash through the pillars like that. Alright, moving on. Okay, no, it won't go through windows. That's annoying.
Also, sorry I left so early last night.
Look, no, it's okay. Like you said, there was a what's-a-mahoozy, a noise complaint or something like that. So I do appreciate it. Over here. Come on. It's not too smart of a Come on. Get over here. I only have 5 minutes left. Come on.
I think they make those ones by withholding the chromosomes when they put them in the clone bats.
Huh? Need to get me more side that do this in the Baroque style? The what style?
Oh, like doing this sci-fi, but in this like fancy sort of like in like this crypt shit.
Oh, okay. So instead of doing
like how Space Marine does it.
Get out of here.
There. So instead of like staying only in like explicit Space Marine or like Art Deco.
Well,
oh, shit.
Okay.
There we go.
Let's drop the hammer.
Oh. There we go.
Target her now.
There we go. There we go. Hello there, Sir Dragon. Welcome, welcome.
The raspy guy, isn't that like isn't that the voice of Jake and Wrath? Like,
who are you talking about?
The guy with the raspy voice.
Oh yeah, I think he's like the VA for Jake the dog because he's one of those he's one of those VAs that's like just across everywhere, like Matt Mercer or Christopher Sabat. Got him.
Hey, Cole. There. It's all clear.
John DiMaggio. Thank you, Jack Ryder.
This is Delta.
None of that airport futurism. I feel like what would be an like, you know what would be kind of a cool, crazy one to see? Give us like something from like Queensland or Australia.
And we have the resonator.
Like imagine if you saw like Queenslanders designs in like sci-fi.
You guys all right?
Queensland has its own specific designs. I thought it was just like
dark soon.
Well, Australians,
burger.
like, cause like we have like there's like something I've learned that in like Queensland there's a number of these like what's called heritage sites, which is just quite thinkly. I think that's just Bluey. Yeah, like Bluey. Like there's these homes that are called Queenslander homes. Like hang on a second, let me open up Opera GX. So is not Art Deco. It's its own distinct art of your... Yeah, no, I wasn't meaning, like... I wasn't trying to convey, like, Art Deco or Baroque is the same thing. It's just, I've seen Gothica and Art Deco, like, kind of going off quite often. But yeah, anyway, Queenslander home. So, the Queenslander architecture. Modern term for a type of residential housing widespread in Queensland, Australia, found in the northern parts adjacent to New South Wales, sharing many traits with architecture in other states. Distinct and unique. Is considered Australia's most iconic architecture. It's this looking thing over here. So it's like... I love how this is an abandoned one. Unfortunately, like so many of the ones that are like heritage sites is like this. Without going into spoil, that like what you've posted, Wild Saber, I feel like does like getting to the Marcus has an authority issue. That would have been enough there. To then go into the rest of it going, oh, framed and took the fall for corruption and all that, like all that extra stuff, it's like that. I feel like that is a bit of a, like that gets into weird spoiler territory. Traditional Queenslander home, nice enough in summer, though still hot, freezing in the winter. Yeah, no, nothing about the Queenslander is like, it's a style made at a time when there wasn't air conditioning or fans, I feel. When was it first done? The quintessential is a single detached house made of timber with a corrugated iron roof located on a separate block of land. High-set single-story dwellings with a characteristic veranda that extends around the house to varying extents but never entirely surrounds it. The term has evolved to apply to many different types of structures in Queensland, such as churches, gabbled exterior staircases, gabbled roof, and the defining trait of being built on stumps, raising the structure from the traditional 2.8 meters and varying in height depending on terrain. Yeah. Glad I was able to get that one sorted. Alright.
In the Lethia Emulsion Facility due west of your position. And you're in charge, Sergeant Phoenix, as of now.
Sergeant?
You're in charge, Sergeant Penis.
Clear for Ravens.
Negative. Area's too hot for choppers. You'll have to find another way.
Thanks, Hoffman.
Copy that.
Typical. Don't give the smart guy a promotion. No, give it to a jackass instead.
So we gotta hump this to the factory, or what?
Nah, screw that. I got an idea.
Oh, yeah? What is it, smart guy?
Enough. Let's move.
Come back, Wild Saber.
Plan? What plan? You don't have a plan. You're just talking shit. Plan. Just wait and see, asshole.
I have a plan.
I have a plan.
I have a plan. Mine goes on.
Imported meat products.
Tahiti.
Buck Beans. That is a name. Buck Beans. To give squads orders, hold the left shift, press space for attack, press F for ceasefire, and press G for regroup. Oh, nice.
Marcus, this is Anya. Hammer of Dawn is offline.
Aw, man.
Perfect.
Alright, pick up the shotgun.
Control, we're outside Tomb.
The emulsion factory is 10 clicks ahead. But be advised, you've got
Welcome back.
Moving to your location. They definitely know where you are.
But yeah, like with what Izzy said, it's like, you know. Let's go to the left path.
Baird and I will go left. You two take right.
Sounds good.
Alright. Here we go.
I'm gonna find me some locusts and I'm gonna ruin their day.
I like how when he runs, he like pops a squat.
Yeah, he just does a squat, like, to protect himself. Like, to try and be like, oh, I don't want to have my head, like, poking out. Which is like, you know, props for trying.
It looks like he's it looks like he's constipated and he's like needing the toilet real bad. He's
exactly.
Like, oh god, I gotta go.
Alright, so we got the frag grenades, and now... Rat! You don't think you're supposed to move very fast? Yeah, I don't think a normal human is able to, like, you know, do a squat run like a sprint. It's a very interesting animation. Alright, let's not get caught by that.
Drag out! Oh, yeah!
Alright.
These guys are almost as big as you.
Boom shot! Hell yeah. Oh, it does. So it's like a rocket thing. Alright, let's see.
Whoopser. Let's pull him back. Yeah, it's gonna wait. Save us for later. Like a snack. Bullshit. You think I'm kidding? I think you're batshit crazy. That's what I think.
Oh, ain't that cute?
Like two assholes on their first date.
Still in a surveillance state. God forbid people open doors normally. I don't think there was even a door there. It was just... Okay, let's give this thing a try. Oop.
I love these conveniently felled pillars.
Next.
Convenient.
Doesn't that... Hold on. Get back a little bit. There's like a bottle on the floor with like a... Does that look like... You ever play Sly Cooper?
No. I haven't played Sly Cooper before.
It looks like the clue bottles from Sly Cooper.
Never played it before, so don't know. I'll put it on my to-do list.
Yeah, I was about to say.
So yeah, because like I'm pretty sure it is available on the PlayStation 5 at this point, but
it is. But the remaster is a stream-only game, but the original like PlayStation 2 games are on like PlayStation Plus.
Yeah,
I've been playing the
they're on like the
PlayStation 2
deluxe or something like that. So yeah. Also, hi Blue. Glad to
Don't
see you
make
still
me
here.
send you to Jesus myself.
Oh, hello. Because I can. Just use rocket.
Who's next?
Also, plus you'd love Carmelita.
Who? Oh, you're talking
Carmelita.
about Sly Cooper stuff, right?
Yeah.
Eyes on target.
All right, let's not. I should have listened to Jack Raiden's advice earlier. Don't leave the squad. Yeah, look at it. Just like squatting. Alright, here we go, here we go.
Can't get a target.
Oh, I can't go through there, but I can at least help them out through there.
What side are you on?
Can I tell you about the Michelin restaurant I went to yesterday?
No. You haven't told me that you went to a Michelin restaurant. I didn't know there was Michelin restaurants in Australia.
They go by different ratings. They're called Michelin chef hats, but they're pretty much the same deal.
So it's not done by the Michelin tire or anything like that.
I'm pretty sure it is done by Michelin, actually.
Fight through the pain.
I think Michelin hat is just the ratings they use in Australia.
Okay, okay.
Oh wait, no. Apparently it's the AGFG, Australian Good Food Guide.
Ah, okay. Yeah, because I was about to say, it's like, if Michelin is going to, you know, do a review of foods and such like that, it would make sense to keep the naming
Michelin star.
scheme. Oh, I can't get the...
To be fair, Michelin aren't too big here, so it makes sense that it's like, you know, chef hat for distinguishing.
Yeah.
Anywho.
But it's also one of those
As I was
cases...
saying.
Oh,
You're blocking my shots.
damn it, I shot the wrong person. Because like when you look at like how, because Michelin, the tire company,
regroup.
Its main office is in France. That's why majority of like the Michelin 3 stars are in France, and then they opened up a few in England, and then they got like a different kind of European spots. And then, like, long time later on, did they finally do, you know, I think they've got, like, a few in Japan, but then there's, like, even fewer in the States, I believe. Bam! Oh, did it open?
So anyway, to get back to my story. It's my sister's birthday today.
I know somebody who lives out here.
And yesterday I went out and went down the coast to see her for her birthday.
Yeah.
See her what,
And
sorry?
we went out to... I went out yesterday to go and see her for her prior to birthday.
I'm looking for someone.
Because, you know, today's Monday.
Yep.
What I say?
We went to the restaurant she works at,
Stranded.
which is a fucking Michelin hat restaurant.
Ah.
Fine dining ass restaurant. Didn't have the vibe of fine dining, but that's mainly because there was just a bunch of fucking brats yelling and fucking causing a ruckus.
Oh, we're in Act 2 now. I have a problem with with the service quality in Australia. like, and granted, this is probably like it's probably coming from like a little bit of a weird like privilege sort of side, but like, I have the opinion that Australians, like, they have like a really weird sense of like what makes good quality restaurants and such, and it can't just be, you know, the food being like, you know, whatever level and such like that, and then you can have poor service. And I've kind of kept to that opinion ever since Australia did, like, there was someone in Australia in like, I think it was in Melbourne or Sydney, were like, oh, we're gonna do a pop-up restaurant. It's like only up for like 6 months, and like in this place that normally has like, you know, comings and goings of different kinds of, you know, food, culinary expertise and such. And someone was like, well, what's your gimmick? Like, what makes it yours special compared to everyone else that's gone through this particular like establishment that allows for like quick swap overs of like different culinaries and such? And they're like, the trick is that our staff are a bunch of Karens, and they will insult you and call you names and be mean to you while you're having your food there. And I'm like, that just sounds like a terrible idea. Who wants that? Apparently, a lot of Australians, because not only did they succeed during whatever like pop-up time that they were in at that restaurant, but then they opened a permanent establishment. Not once, not twice, but 3 different places opened up, all on the premise of, what if you went to a restaurant and people just treated you like shit? And they're like, oh, but don't worry, you don't get like, you know, bullied for like weight or like, you know,
oh, I don't care
all that
what
kind of nonsense.
gender
But like,
you are.
I'm sorry, but
Put
like, if
on
your
the maid
gimmick is
outfit.
that people treat you poorly, you cannot tell me with a straight face, oh, they won't, you know, they're not gonna like do something about like your weight or any of that kind of nonsense. And like, why is that acceptable? What, like, because like Australia doesn't have like, you know, the normal thing of like, that sounds like some kind of reality TV bull. Also, hi there Artemis. Hi chat.
Hi Artemis. Also, I gotta tell you, homeboy.
Yeah.
You clutching your pearls real hard. Wee woo. The American's got his feelings hurt. Wee woo.
But no, like, it's just, because like Australia, it isn't like, you know, it isn't all the time terrible, but there isn't like an exemplary like high standard. It's very, very laid back.
We don't give a shit.
Yeah, which is really unfortunate. I'm sorry, Cramp, but the trans woman has owned you. Damn it! Trans women always owning me. I could never escape. Hey, the power of women. So, what did I miss from Wild Saber? If I remember, the Michelin only started the restaurant thing because Allies had no decent maps of France, so to disguise the fact they were giving the Allies decent maps, disguises restaurateur maps to get them by the Nazis. I haven't heard that story before. I had only heard of like the whole Michelin guide, like 1 star, 2 star, 3 star, was just because they were a tire company and they thought, you know, let's just, you know, give people a travel guide. And they do some, you know, restaurant options, and it was just a case of like, there's all these different restaurants in France and such, and they only did like 1 or 2 stars. On 1 star of like, oh yeah, if you're going through the place, it's worthwhile. 2 stars, you're welcome to do a little detour. And then the 3 star was introduced as a, hey, if you're gonna make a trip that's gonna be going through the area so you can get to that. That's what I heard. I had not heard of this like subplot of like, oh yeah, Michelin star coming up with maps for what's-a-mahoozy, to like, you know, help the Allies, you know, navigate around France to avoid the Nazis. That is some wild stories. So yeah. But yeah. Also, hi Artemis.
I'm gonna fact check that.
Yeah, that's a, like, I'll be real, that is a fact check. Because like, I was a bit meh on like your Michelin hat thing and like, oh, it's like, you know, Michelin something or rather. The Michelin star restaurant rating existed before World War II. Okay, they've been around. Wait,
no, it existed before World War One.
What the fuck? That far back? We've had tires from Michelin since before World War One?
I'm pretty sure we've had Michelin for more than Michelin started in 1832.
Oh, Jesus Christ. We had cars in 1832?
I think we had wagons.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that That makes a little more sense. So yeah, so since 1832 we had Michelin. And what was the premise for creating the restaurant guides, the Michelin star restaurant ratings? It was just a tourism thing, right?
Hold on. In 1944, at the request of the Allied forces, and the 1939 Guide to France was specifically reprinted for military use. Its maps were judged the best and most up-to-date available. Publication of the annual guide resumed on 16th of May 1945, a week after VE Day. In the post-war years, the lingering effects of wartime shortages led Michelin to impose an upper limit of 2 stars. By 1950, the French edition had listed 38 establishments judged to meet this standard. The first Michelin guide for Italy was published in 1956. No stars in the first dip.
So it sounds like the Michelin like travel guide was like highest rated during like World War II or something like that, for like accuracy purposes. And so like just by sheer they continued existing. They were able to restart again after World War II, like you said, a week after V something day.
VE Day, which is the Victory in Europe Day.
Yeah.
Which is the formal acceptance of victory. Anywho, as for classification, 1 Michelin star is a very good restaurant in its category. 2 is excellent cooking, worth a detour. 3 is exceptional cuisine, worth a special journey.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I remembered. So like, there is no like 5 Michelin star thingamajiggy. It's quite literally just a 1, 2, 3 in the regard. Because like you said. I knew that like 2 star was like, oh, you can do a little detour, and then 3 star was like, you make the trip. So there is your history fact for the day. Oh joy! It took us a minute to get there between the mix of like misinformation and misremembering, but we got there. Oh wait, hang on, I can use this. Whee!
Fire in the hole! Oh yeah!
So, how is your evening going, Artemis? You doing good? I don't know if Artemis is like actively in the chat or is just doing a quick little peek while I stream.
Throwing frag!
Oh, where's the? Oh, revving his engine, I see. Class was interesting. Okay.
I feel like I need to draw like a PNG tuber of Cap with like glasses and like a pointy stick.
What's the I'm here, I'm doing alert. Okay. So his class is still class was, so maybe class is over at this point. Alright, swap to the rocket thing.
The class was us.
Oh. I don't know if we're an educational
We were the teachers.
Stream. There we go. Gotcha. Okay, the music goes hard here.
Warm up! Got it!
Oh, did not reload first. Class is finished. Okay, cool. Oh, hello. Oh, damn it, he gets to do the cool thing. Gratuitous fan. Love for you to be my teacher. Might actually learn something. Cap might be able to teach you things. Can teach you how to do the arts. Can teach you how to be... What else can you teach, Cap? Cap will figure it out. Don't you worry. So,
I don't fucking know.
Sorry?
It's screwing with us!
I can teach you about Japanese karate bugman from the 70s.
Oh, Common Rider. I was like, who the fuck is Bug? So is Common Rider like insect related?
Originally, yes, but it is now evolved to be not simply related to insects, but they used to be all grasshoppers.
Okay. Because I
Grasshoppers
remember
and
you
beetles
had like
and
a
stuff.
fun fact about like, because you were saying like Bug is strong against fighting because of Common Rider or something?
Oh no, Bug is strong against Dark because of Kamen Rider.
Oh, Dark. Okay.
Keep moving.
Yeah, because
Get a target.
Bug fights Shocker. Shocker evil. Shocker Dark.
Nice. Okay.
Nice.
Shocker.
Yeah, Kamen Rider, Power Ranger,
Super Sentai,
Super
Space Sheriff Gavan,
Yep.
Metal Heroes, Ultraman,
Ultraman?
Atomica Hero.
Oh yeah, Ultraman's like the dude in like the silver and red outfit, isn't he?
Hey, there you go.
I
learning.
kind of figure these. There's like this is what annoys me is that there was like a Ultra Woman or something like that and I still don't know if it's like a legitimate like someone did a parody of this and it's just being utilized for generative AI or if it only started in generative AI, but someone's done like
Oh no, they're Ultra Women. That's Mother. It's supposed to be Mother of Ultra.
Mother of Ultra, but is she like, you know, just Ultraman with boobs kind of like level, or is it a different design
I'm
entirely?
gonna keep real. I don't know my Ultraman lore, but like she does have her own theme. Ultraman's weird. I like
There we
Ultraman.
go. Go down. And then... Oh, I need to push the car. So... Can I push the car? No. It's just for whatever reason it told me to, like, look at this thing. I love that. Ow.
He said we need to push the car. I immediately thought of fucking TF2. I was like, yeah, get on that point. Oh yeah, push that cart.
Push that cart. So many, like, you know,
Gotta move that
TF clones and Overwatch or what do you call that like battle arena style where it's just like
hero
push
shooter.
Sorry?
Hero shooter.
Hero shooter. Yeah, you have hero shooters that are just like push the objective.
Oh, that'd be like a payload map.
Yeah. There we go. Come on.
Who's next?
Chew how they fall.
Let's get that vehicle.
Hell yes. Don't have to tell me twice.
Okay, going to a vehicle or I'll figure this out. But yeah.
If you think about it, Gears of War is just American Warhammer.
Maybe? Like, this is done by, like, what was it, Machine Gun Games or whatever it's called, an American... I think the thing is that, like, Warhammer, like, especially Warhammer 40k is, like, a parody, like, of war over on itself. I feel like, especially the 40k aspect, I feel like aspects of it are very much a, let's just poke fun at, like, the hyper-militarization. I think it's
Oh
like...
no, it's because English people can actually do parody.
Yeah, English...
Americans cannot.
I reckon situational, but like for England, like UK, that is their bread and butter for how they do humor. America doesn't do it.
They love
too
a good
well.
parody.
Like America does sarcasm.
Yeah, did you see that new Scary Movie? That was bad.
Oh, I have not seen Scary Movie yet.
The first joke was a did you just assume my gender joke? Unironically.
Oh god. That's gonna date itself.
It dated itself. Like
I'm talking to you.
It's like a 10-year. That's like a 10-year-old joke at this point.
Leave it alone, Bears.
What are you, my mom?
What's happening?
How are these guys not getting hit with like locusts
Everything.
inside the camp? That's the question. quietly grabs a hammer to protect themselves. You have a link to a YouTube video episode that could cover the Michelin story if you're okay with me posting it.
Don't worry, I got it.
I'll be able to do the Googling myself and such. It was just a...
Hey, Santiago, what you doing here?
Pressing the pause. It was just one of those, like, it was like a little left field the way it was described of like, oh yeah, Michelin... The idea that the Michelin maps were given to allies as a combat against Nazis. It was like, I don't, like, it... There was like a little bit of crossed wire on that information, and from what Cap tells me, it wasn't explicitly that, but it was used in World War II, just not as a, you know, counter to Nazis or something like that. It was just a, you know, Americans wanted a map, and Michelin was pretty good for, like, local nonsense for streets. But yeah, where's my brain? It was somewhere, and now it's nowhere. Food History Channel? Tasting... Is that the name of the channel? Tasting History? Tasting History. Okay, Tasting History with Max Miller. And he's got his, like, full-on site. He's done a few books as well? Like... How long ago did he start? More. 2019. Oh my god. Okay, that's kind of crazy to see, like, channels that are, like, not from 2016 or prior doing stuff. Oh, is he the one that does the eating like a president for a day? Is that his thing? Because I just seen a Nikola Tesla's weird eating habits where he's, like, eating like Nikola Tesla, and... I wonder if that's him or if that's someone else that was, Alright, I've got that. He has a video on it. Alright. I've got that saved on the side. Alright, I've been distracted long enough. Back to Gears of War.
There's no news on the lady, man. I'll tell you if I heard anything. I don't want people seeing me with you, all right? It's not good for business, man.
Give me that junk of yours.
Say what? Get real, man.
I'm serious. We need it.
Sorry to hear you're having problems, man, but I'm not giving you my ride, yo.
You owe me one. I'm calling in the favor right now.
Two of you guys are not wearing body armor. You're gonna lose in this firefight.
Yes.
All right, man, I'll do it. Yo, on one condition. They stay here, yo, as collateral. We can use the extra guns, man.
Done.
Yeah.
It's a chap's gas station. Watch you go get it. Hey, yo, Santiago. We even now, man. No more favors, asshole.
This is bullshit.
I told you I had a plan.
Your plan blows, all right?
Because he's not with us.
Hands off the merchandise. No handsies on the... Yeah, you. Beard out.
Alright. Made a deal with Franklin. I'm honestly curious, like...
Franklin?
Chap's gas station, corner F Street and 13th.
There's gonna be a lot of locusts between here and there.
Shit, you got that right. You need to hit our checkpoints for some ammo. The first one's by the river. So if I was your ass, I'd get my ass over there pronto. You dig?
It's getting late. Let's find that checkpoint.
Oh, yeah!
Go. Jump over the
Take
oven.
the stairs.
Dom, why do you gotta give me instructions? I know what I'm doing. Kind of. I just might not be best with direction some days.
Let's go!
Hard conversational pivot, if you don't mind me making one.
The hard conversational pivot, go ahead.
So you've read Horus Heresy, right?
Yes, I have read Horus Rising. So I've read the first 4 books. So I've read Horus Rising, I'm trying to remember like the actual titles, because it was recommended to me by Unnamed, and I quite liked the I quite liked Logar. I liked the story or that we got.
Logar or Loken?
Sorry?
Logar or Loken?
Loken, sorry. I think his name is Loken. My bad. I'll read the name in the book and I'm like, yep, this man right here. This space marine from the Lunar Wolves. Not the
Yeah, I also like Logan. He's great.
Yeah. So, and it's really interesting, like, you know getting, because like I only like absorbed things like about Warhammer 40k through osmosis or memes. So there's like some aspects that, because of like the internet, it's like, oh yeah, like Horus is like, you know, he was like the Emperor's like favorite son or something like that. But then, you know, there's this heresy that goes off, literally Horus Heresy, and then,
Checkpoint 1
you know,
should be straight
the
ahead.
Emperor, you know,
how's it going, Baird?
Psychic blast or something like that Horus, so like he's proper dead, incapable of resurrection and reduced to atoms kind of nonsense.
All about that play again.
So it's interesting getting like a thing of like, oh, here's like 50 books with like multiple timelines, or not multiple timelines, but multiple POVs to give you like a little insight into the like how peeps like were once part of the Imperium and now are you know, just doing their own thing. Or, like, not
Do you
doing their
remember
own
in the
thing, but,
first
like,
book where he's talking to the guy who commissioned the Emperor's children to go to murder? Like the Mega Arachnid planet?
And they just killed the guys.
Sorry, say that again?
Do you remember when in the first book he was talking with the I think it's like a lieutenant or something that commissioned the Emperor's children to go to Murder, which was like where the Mega Arachnids were?
Oh yeah, the Mega Arachnids with like the sword legs or something like that. And and it's like there's like a random buoy that was giving all kinds of weird signals, information and shit, and they're like, all right, we're gonna need to like see what this planet's all about, and it's like the only transmission back is like this planet, murder, and then dead. And now these Emperor's children are trying to get through it.
Yeah. Do you remember when like the Mournival were giving the dude a dressing down? I was like, oh man, Mr. Man's been so nice. He's been so cool, Mr. Horus. And then turns out I was done in by his political prowess, because he fully clocked my shit. He was like, Mournival, you have to be very mean to this motherfucker, so I can be looked upon as a nice boy.
Checkpoint 1.
Yep. Like Horus is like, he knows how to play like the charisma and such like that. Like,
and he got me.
He does good and such. And like the first book, like there isn't like an explicit like sign of like, you know, corruption or anything like that, or, you know, falling into chaos. So like we're seeing Horus like in the first book as like, this is the Horus that was like, you know, the War Master and got people, you know, behind him and such. He knows how to, oh, what the shit was that? What the fuck happened there? I barely followed that and I got myself eviscerated.
Also, I do like how early in the book we got to see my favorite guy. Yes. Freaking, what is it?
I'm going to need to like, it's been a year. Do I need to read again? Have I forgotten? Like, I know like the bigger things, like some of like the start of Act 1, the end of Act 1, the start of Act 2, the end of Act 2, the start of Act 3, the end of Act 3. Like, I'm kind of familiar with like the bigger beats, but I'm gonna be quite frank with you. Some of the details I do like. I forget like some of the names like off the top of my head.
Yeah, as do I. I was thinking of Rogel Dawn.
Oh, I don't know. He's not in the first book, is he? Like, maybe.
Yes, he is. He has like a cameo.
Oh, okay.
He talks to he actually talks to fucking Lucan and Horus, and he's just he's chilling in the antechamber of Horus.
Because I think that's where we get like the little like quip or something like that about how Rogel Dorn's his legion are the they're like the siege warfare legion about like encampments and like building and like
they want me to build a castle on Terra.
Yeah, and then there's like the opposition. I don't think they're Iron Hands. There's something else where they're all about like siege warfare. I'm trying to remember the name of that. Like that's the thing is like I wish I could properly remember like all the different legions and such, but I barely keep track of because like there's 18 of them, and I'm barely keeping my head above water with all the names because there's like there's the Lunar Wolves, aka Sons of Horus, aka the Black Legion. There's Alpha Legion, the Ultramarines, the Dark Angels, the Space Wolves, Emperor's Children,
the Iron Hands, World Eaters. Like there's so Salamanders. Thank you. Like there's so many legions, and it's like I wouldn't have a really good way of doing it justice of like getting yeah, we got the Lunar Wolves, the Space Wolves, the Iron Hands, the Emperor's Children, the Salamanders, the Imperial Fist, the Ultramarines, the Thousand Suns, the Blood Angels, the Dark Angels, the Iron Warriors, the Death Guard, the Word Bearers, the White Scars, the Night Lords, the World Eaters, the Raven Guard, and the Alpha Legion. That was very
yeah, no, sorry, that lost me because like I had to respond to someone. All right, reload.
It was
last
very
checkpoint.
You guys ever see Horrible Histories? It's like the intro to that fucking terrible Jews, Scourges.
Emergence hole.
Shoot the tanks!
Eyes on target!
Engaging!
Ah, okay, so I need it.
Oh, yeah!
Point blank. There we go. There we are.
Shoot every propane tank you see from now on. We need the light.
People out here aren't gonna like that, Marcus. They use that shit.
It's either that or they kill us. So we're doing it.
I do not see a light. There we go. Alright, can I... There we go. Go.
And double pivot.
Double pivot.
What's your favorite faction in 40K?
We'll move through the building.
My favorite faction?
Yeah.
Probably, like, the Salamanders are up there, and Rogel Dorn's Legion. The
Yes.
I'm trying to remember the name of.
Who's next?
I'm trying to I honestly
the
wish
Imperial Fists.
The Imperial Fists. Thank you.
Okay.
Because like
Yes.
the joke is between the Imperial Fists and their like opposition on the Chaos side is that there's tempered autism versus weaponized autism,
Hard time adjusting, you know.
which I think is
Tell
hilarious.
Baird to shut up and eat. We'll be back soon.
Copy that.
So yeah, the Imperial Fists are like just tempered autism.
I'm a big fan of Rogel Dawn in You ever see what if the Emperor had a text-to-speech device?
I've heard stories about the YouTube channel, but I've not watched anything from
it. I enjoy it. They really play up Rogel Dawn's autism.
Oh, goddamn you! Alright, well I just used up.
Can't get a target.
I am so low on. Oh, hello. Answer ammo. Thank you. I needed all that.
Nice! Ah, come on! Oh yeah!
Come on. There we go. Alright, so we got a strong light here.
I need him. I'll take that.
Oh, come on. How did I forget fist? What was melee? I forgot it. Okay, so thank you for the thing. Bear is your favorite procrastinating asshole. Nice. Alright, there we go. Ignore that and make our way here.
Fall in!
Negative!
Fall in!
That.
Incoming fire! Oh yes!
This one. I'll get through this, don't you worry.
Let's do this.
Am I missing anyone from another spot? Not explicitly. Alright. Jump over here.
Whenever I hear the phrase "Let's do this," I always think of
Let's do this.
Yeah, the fucking Call of Duty intro. Fucking let's do this.
From Captain Price. Yeah. There. Ooh, actually, this might be the better.
Sweet. Let's do this.
Hopefully that's not going to be aggravating on my brain.
It almost sounds like Ash Williams in a way. Groovy.
Alright, so I need... Oh, okay, so now I can... Okay, so that's how you move it forward.
Fire in the hole! Oh yeah!
Ah! Damn it. I must have got hit by the locust or something like that. But yeah, like the Imperial Fist, I think, like I know like one of the things, because I'm going TFF this year, like in about a few weeks I'm going to be going, so got to try and get through as much of like franchise stuff as I can. But Brain, come on, you can do this. I know one of the things, if there's like spare funds and such like that, is to go to a Warhammer store, because Unnamed, I'm pretty sure will want me to like learn to paint minifigures and such.
Definitely want to go to like Warhammer World in England one day.
Ah, damn it, that is too. There we go, that did it.
Control, where to?
Take the alley.
Can I hear something funny?
Of your location.
Go ahead.
It's pitch black.
Back when W Place was big, I checked like where Warhammer World is, and it was just covered. Yeah, like W Place, where they had like the map of the world, and you would like, you know, paint like little pixels into it.
Oh, yep.
So I went to the spot where Warhammer World is, which is like where Warhammer originated, and it was just fucking covered in like, I think it was Tommy in it.
Tommy in it. What the hell?
Yeah, apparently he lives close by.
Oh, okay. Ow.
Check. One is in Nottingham. Oh, good news. A lot of the Tommy unit's gone. It's been replaced by football and an orc. And,
yeah, orcs love football. I remember that from the there's something or other. All right, hang on. So, and then don't.
Love England. It's orcs, Deltarune, and football. Truly the England experience.
Move.
Control, where to?
Take the alley to the left of your location.
It's pitch black. No way we can get through.
Knowing my luck, there's probably... Ah, there we go. So... There we go. Ah.
Nice.
Damn it. I can't just...
That man is cold. Bear's in the toilet. Listen, these boys are getting serious.
I wish I could drop down from heights. That would be nice.
Something's about to go down for sure.
Pick you up as soon as we can.
Yeah, I think you better. Go out.
This is kind of like an interesting like mechanic of like, oh yeah, you need to stay in the light, otherwise you're going to be in trouble. It's just, you know, it's a shame that it's a little jank here and there.
Delta, this is Control. We're seeing hostiles on our radar, near Delta 2's position.
Copy that. Are they aware?
Affirmative. They're taking defensive action.
Copy that. Delta out.
God, I feel like shooters take so much of my brain power. Like, this happened to me in like the Doom games, and I thought it was just because like, oh, Doom, like, you know, very little, you know, thinkies. So I was just only interested in the...
paid me to say I think the Krill are the reason no one can rebuild, but I can't remember.
Oh, maybe. But yeah, the, maybe it's just the fact that I'm, like, so brain dead when it comes to, like, trying to focus in shooters. Like, this, like, the whole, like, running and gunning thing is not second nature to me. Like, I just think so fucking hard when working on this.
Ah! Damn! Oh, yeah!
Do you find yourself playing a lot of shooters, Cap?
Not really. Recently, I've been playing just a fucking shit ton of Binding of Isaac.
Ah, yeah. I think that's on my to-do list at some point.
I enjoyed Binding of Isaac.
Because it's like, Binding of Isaac is like one of the earlier roguelikes, isn't it?
Kinda, yeah. Isaac's been around since, you know, Flash games were big.
Yep. Alright, so that's not working.
Shit, now what? It's dark everywhere.
Stay here. I'll go inside and move that light.
Ooh, nice. Okay, we gotta...
Baird, give me an update.
We've got locusts, and looks like Krill are on their way.
Can you hold position?
For now, but you guys are welcome to come back. Anytime, you know?
Copy
It's
that.
gonna take a minute.
Phoenix out.
It's gonna take a hot minute while I'm running around this place trying to find the quote-unquote upstairs. Easy enough. so...
Marcus, get me over to that building. Cover me!
Oop. Don't do that. I thought I was gonna try and help you there. Oh, and just leave me then? Alright, so he just leaves me. Oh, okay.
All clear!
Nice. Alright, for a second there I was worried. I thought he was just abandoning me. We're about to be overrun, no rush, Zeebs. Okay, the gun is very effective. Slow, but it's fine.
Got one. Nice.
Okay, so the ammo crates give me back like full ammo. Ziz. Alright, I'm not gonna be able to help you from there, Dom, so...
Come on. Oh yeah.
Somebody help.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Finally.
Never mind. I am just...
Yeah, the good thing about art is...
Good thing about what, sorry?
You know what the good thing about art is?
You get to draw to however your desire is for volume.
That is true, but also, you can just do it anywhere when you're good enough. I've been, like, drawing a commission this entire stream.
That's cool. Also, I wanted to say thank you again for drawing art for my girlfriend.
Of course. It was much my pleasure.
So yeah. So, chat, I have been keeping a relatively...
That's one grub.
Oh, cool. So the grubs get attacked by their own things. I have been keeping something from you for a little while. I don't know how many of you are listening to this right now. But, over the last few months, I have been seeing someone. And we've been hitting it off fairly well, and now I have a girlfriend. So yeah, so funnily enough, like, when the way we met, like, we didn't meet in any, like, furry circles or anything like that. Like, she's met her through, thanks to, like, friend connections and what have you. And,
come in.
like, at some point, they knew that I streamed, and that I streamed with, like, a...
We need to get back there.
They knew I streamed with like a zebra persona and all that kind of nonsense, and they've actually, like, you know, said hi and what have you at one point, and I was very shocked when that happened. But like as the like, you know, we got to talking, and like they're I am obviously not going to be able to do a full divulge while fighting for my life. Where the fuck am I now? Oh, I'm back to here. Damn it. Alright, let me deal with everything again.
God damn, why did my voice crack so bad?
Is it because of the lack of testosterone? I don't know.
It could be. I've been on fucking T-blockers.
But yeah, so she very much, like, she's fine with, like, you know, the use of the like persona and what have you. And the way she sees it is that, like, the parts that she likes about me as well are like it's the parts that are still present while using the zebra persona and what have you, because you know she wasn't interested, like she isn't explicitly interested in the zebra because it's like a hyper muscular like himbo zebra. It's like she's interested in the zebra because it's me behind the zebra and what have you, doing the like the fun little conversation and just like the random insightful, like, you know, damn it. I was an idiot then. Hi, Soylent Orange. Welcome, welcome. Just talking about the fact that I have a girlfriend now. So yeah, so she now actually has a persona herself, which is actually kind of, you know, fun twist of events and what have you, which I think is kind of cool. So yeah, and Cap has been responsible for doing the art for my girlfriend, which was really great. Which God of War? Sorry, I saw GOW and I thought God of War. No, Gears of War. Sorry, this is the first one. Technically, it's Gears of War Reloaded. When I heard Gears of War Reloaded, I honestly thought that meant Gears of War like trilogy. Nah, this is only like they've only ever brought like the first Gears of War onto like PC port and what have you through like Ultimate, and then most recently through Reloaded. There we go. Pick this
In
up.
addition to that story, I gave her massive fucking roll dong honker rolls.
That's true.
Yeah, finally.
You did. And I, like, here's the thing is that when she was first coming up with this, when she was first coming up with this design, she, like, I didn't want to influence her or anything like that. So, because at first she thought she was going to be a dragon, and then she had a conversation with a friend and that knew her longer than me, and like they settled, like she realized that she's more of a snow leopard, and I was like, this is awesome, this is great. I'm very, like, kind of proud of her, like, you know, coming to these things. And I didn't want to like put my biases as to what I like seeing in female personas and such like that, because, you know, as much as I would love to just be like, you know, having a fucking fantasy of just like these designs cranking the ass to a 7, the tits to a 10, 8 foot tall muscle mommy kind of thing. Like, as much as like would have been cool, like as much as like, you know, crafting a girl persona and such like that, it was, I would rather have her do the design that sits well with her, and then, you know, because then it's her own, and it's not like if for like whatever reason she wants her own things with it, then she's welcome to, and there isn't like a bias of like, oh, this is what Grant likes. So
did you see it?
What did I miss, Wild Saber? Tell your lady friend Z she has my condolences. She's stuck with you now. Thank you. Huge boobs, you say? Yes, Soylent Orange. Cap here did the profile icon for my girlfriend. She's actually been in this chat for like, you know, a little while. She's been following me for like a few months and what have you, but I didn't say anything because she wasn't happy with the username she had for Twitch and what have you, and she wanted to update it with the new with the persona she settled on and what have you. So I didn't want to say anything until A, Twitch username got updated to one she was more comfortable with, and B, so that like there was also like a little profile icon, because she's trying to draw. She's doing her best. But when you are surrounded by friends like Cap, Izzy, and like, you know, all kinds of different like furries in the furry fandom, there is like a different level to arts and what have you.
Oh, heavy on Izzy, honestly.
More like he's stuck with me now. Yeah, so this here is my girlfriend, Artemis Snep. And Artemis Snep, I'm gonna do I'm gonna do this just to show the profile icon, because hopefully she's set the profile icon with what Cap has made. So this will hopefully do the thing. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. So that's her snow leopard, Artemis. Ah! God damn you, Night Sky. Also, why is there no audio whole thingamadiggy? So yeah, so Cap was kind enough to do the art and such like that, because Artemis, she was, you know, doing her own drawings and what have you, and she's learning to do drawing and it's like, you know, she was keeping to like, you know, what she was you know, comfortable. Also, I realize there's an advertisement running, so there's probably a whole ton of people that are not getting the inside scoop on how she's been doing her persona designs and such. And then there came a point in time where the name change was like really close to happening, but then, you know, she didn't have something like that she felt like it was ready to use on Twitch and such. And there came a point of like, oh, like, you know, what do I do? And I was like, I got an idea. So I messaged Cap, and Cap decides to, you send me a meme image of basically the dude from Dark Souls 3 going, "Your persona, give it to me." So yeah.
Hand that thing over. Your persona.
So yeah, and like Artemis says, Cap took the base of OK Designs, made it even better than they could have imagined, and hi there, Jack, welcome. So yeah, Cookie for Night Sky. Here's your Cookie, Night Sky. So yeah, so now like Artemis Snow, oh, like she's my girlfriend, I'm her boyfriend, and she's got a persona design, and like there's definitely like fucking fantastic. So, and Cap did a really good job, and it was just kind of funny that Cap gave her like huge bazongas, and I was like, I love this, and I had to check in with her. I was like, is this okay? And she's like, love it, excellent.
Back there.
I placed a heavenly restriction on myself. I couldn't make him too big.
Yeah, you'll need a at some point.
Shit. Time for bed. Thank you for the cookie, you YouTube chat. Have a good night, meow meow mo.
Thank you for coming along, Night Sky. I greatly appreciate it. You have a wonderful sleep. What's up, Jack? Glad I made it back to this. It's okay. Is going to be teased in this game. Am I going to be teased in this game? I have been spoiled by Wild Saber, and I need to... Alright, I need to figure out how to... Do I need to go up there? No. Because, like, where's a barrel? Because, like, there's a barrel over there, but I need to, like, sprint unless... Nope. Stay in the light? Yes. I'm trying to find, like... Because, like, we lit that up there. Unless... Can I push this car? No. Is there, like, another... I'm trying to see if there's, like, a...
Did you see it?
So there's Dom there. He doesn't want to go further forward. And I can't kick down this door.
Artemis is yet to unleash her full weird. I'm just imagining her just pulling out the Maharaga hand sign, releasing the weird.
Domain expansion, ye of old.
Yeah. Domain expansion, infinite goon.
Your girl needs to join the VC so we can be 100% certain she's not a robot or 3 kobolds in a trench coat. I'm not gonna push that on her. She's only just joined, like, the private Discord server because of, you know, Cap was drawing her and such, and I was like, you know what? Rather than, like, me, like, passing messages on while Cap was doing the drawing and such, let me do the invite. And I'm not gonna, like, I'm not gonna have any of you pressure my girlfriend to come into the VC or not. So, temper yourselves while I try and figure out how the fuck to run through to the... Maybe I do just sprint this. Yep. Sprinting helped. Oh, hello. That helped. Wished... You had to hide shit, didn't you? So, yeah. So...
Hey, you state your name. Ha! Look at them fool-ass faces.
Franklin sent us.
Yeah, well, no shit. I know what you're doing here, damn it.
We're looking for Chap's gas station.
Oh, yeah? Well, good luck. Ain't no light.
There's basically...
I guess your ass is
amount of weird you can bring to bear that will phase me. Just threatening with a chainsaw.
Jack, stay here and open a comm link with this guy.
Oh, yeah, okay, I'll talk to your trash can here. You guys can count on me.
Don't screw up.
Hey, man, I screw up.
The man is drunk off his ass. Again. And he's about to get, like, hit by, whatever the locust things are.
To kill this guy.
Oh, Artemis Snap. Soylent Orange has done some, like, they've actually done some, like, a lot of, like, some of the stuff I've read has been What's Mahoozy by Soylent Orange, and they've got, like, a thing. Hang on a second. Before you just go, like, yes, let us see. Give me a minute. Give me a minute to find the, I have it as, like, I have it, like, sitting in a link somewhere. It's like, because I keep telling myself, like, hey, maybe you should get like a thingamadiggy. The itch page? Yes, the itch page. Because, like, all right, this is, and you haven't shared yet, Grant? No, I haven't yet. It was one of those cases of there's aspects of me that I haven't, like, 100% shared, and this is still new to me, okay? I wasn't about to be like, oh yeah, check out this Gideon Haas artwork that Cap shared to me to also give you further context into the thing. Weapons grade. Soylent, I wouldn't describe as weapons grade weird, because there are artists like Albatross and Juggernaut Mind out there, but Soylent is definitely in the realm of, like, I'm, like, the stuff that I've read, like Working Girl, for instance, like, that has been, like, you know, sitting in my in, like, my goopy brain for, like, years, because, like, I remember reading the early stuff, and it was thanks to, like, Spiraling Staircase artwork, which did a pretty decent job. But yeah, I've shared it into this is great, because now that I have the Discord instead of, like, the other, like, messaging platforms, like, Discord luckily has the thing where it's like, oh yeah, you can share, like, you know, links or images and what have you, and you can put a spoiler tag on them, which means that there might be, like, a greater chance of, if there is, like, a not safe for work thingy-majiggy that I'm not 100% certain on, I'm gonna at least put a spoiler tag on it. No, there isn't a Discord you can join, Wild Saber. It's being turned into, like, a private thing now. Dink, dong.
This is a cool kids club.
It is a... Oh, cool, the lights are on. Nice.
Lights still on? Uh-oh. I'm just playing with you.
God damn this bastard. Oh, and then Soylent just, like, puts the thing in the chat. I just sent it as a direct message to my girlfriend, so... Just firing.
Oh, these are good.
Oh, you're seeing the what's...
I'm peeping the horrors.
Peeping the horrors. What horrors?
The Germa TM horrors.
Oh, you're alive. Cool. I was worried for a second. So we went down here, and then can't open that door. Ah, okay, so we gotta use the... Okay, that makes a bit more sense. I totally forgot I had a chainsaw thing. Yeah! More violence! Ah, damn it. I thought you were having trouble finding... No, I wasn't having trouble finding it. Like, oh, unless there's been a bit of a delay to the stream. But yeah, I was just sharing it to... I shall be checking it out when my brain hasn't been wrecked by class, but I'm very interested by the art. Master of Secondary Teaching. Nice. So yeah. So... But no,
it's gonna be BRB.
All good with the BRB. I will try not to die so quickly again.
There. So you better watch out, huh?
Alright.
Shit.
Damn it. Alright. And then grab this. Awesome. Yep, so keep the locusts away.
Light still on? Uh-oh. I'm just playing with you.
Welcome to being a big cat furry. Oh yeah, Wild Saber's a saber-tooth. So yeah, furries come in all shapes and sizes. Don't you worry. Cool. Furries come in all shapes and sizes, and it's kind of funny that I'm once again surrounded by like, you know, like more like predator kind of like personas, where it's like cats, big cats, lions, snow leopards. Like, where's the gazelles? Where's my fellow hoss in the year of our Lord? Year of our Lord, the hoss. Okay. All right, I am alive.
Shit.
There we go. Grab you. If I'm right, these guys. Oh, so the things flying up there are the krill. And then there's a pushable car over there. There we are. So, is the car pushing itself, or? Oh shit! Okay. All right, we made it.
There it is.
Not many jackalopes. Oh yeah, that's a.
Here you come. You nincompoops. Look at this place. You burned half the neighborhood down. And we've got locusts and krill flying up our ass. All thanks to you.
Hey, you didn't exactly make it easy for us to get here, old man.
What? Where's the junker? I didn't think you guys were gonna make it, so I didn't fill it up. I figure that's your job. Pump's over there.
Alright, oh, E. And then...
People's wing.
There we go. Did I not just say to be working on them reloads? I was, like, I was doing well. You missed out on the parts where I was doing it proper. It was just, you know, an entirely different weapon for a minute, okay?
You stay away from my register up front. I'm watching. Lucas! Oh, shit!
See?
Damn it.
Okay. I was being watched. I was under pressure.
Oh yeah.
Okay, that's kind of funny to like shoot through the.
Take that, you bloodsuckers! Are you nuts? Stop! You're not taking me!
There we go.
Yeah, dumbass. Hide behind the gas pumps. Good idea. Oh yeah! Fire in the hole. Kiss my wrinkly old ass.
Damn it! Stay alive. Stay alive for a quick minute.
Who's next?
Yeah!
This does sound like a Danny Elfman soundtrack.
Oh damn it! I somehow double pressed reload.
Control, we've got the vehicle. We're heading back to pick up the rest of the squad.
All right, what did I miss? I saw you did it well over 25 times. Yeah, I did.
Shit! Get in.
Haven't you ever seen Casual Geographic? Zebras are badasses? Yeah, zebros.
Let's go!
And also, it's the year of the hoss. Like, we get a buff for the year of 2026.
Up there! Damn it! Get in! Not again! Go!
Hopefully we don't get a flat while driving.
Watch out! You numbskull.
And we're about to destroy the of him. There we go. Chaps is no more. You better get your butt in the vehicle. A good hiding spot. Yep.
It's gonna be Krill. Use the UV turret. This junker can only power the turret or the engine, not both.
E to swap between turret and... Oh, okay.
Krill! Use the UV turret.
Swap to eliminate the krill, press E to fire, use mouse 1 to zoom. To fire, use mouse 1, to zoom, use mouse 2. There we go. Let's just get out of here.
Idiot! Needs to use the UV turret.
Yeah, well, you're not gonna let us use it twice, so the co-op isn't gonna work.
Look out!
Go.
It's just up ahead. Sword! Look out! One of you idiots needs to use the UV.
That kind of sounds like the medic, honestly.
Something like that.
Keep him off of me!
Come on. Oh.
It's the claw! Turn left!
Hey, like, why? We're right next to a giant fire. Why are you still coming after me, Krill?
Oh, I was right on the money. It is Robin Atkin Downs.
It's who?
Robin Atkin Downs, the voice of the medic. And he's also the voice of Liquid Snake.
Nice.
Brother. Wait, I think he is.
Here we go.
Is he not? Am I stupid?
I'll be real, the way these guys stomp around and the way the camera stomps with them is very funny. That's good.
Oh, he's Miller.
Who?
Kazuhira Miller. Like, it's like an ally in Metal Gear.
Ah, okay, okay. Oh. Cam.
I for real thought he was Liquid.
Carrying a random pipe with me as I go along.
Look out!
It would be great if you told me the direction.
Keep him off of me!
Also, we have, like, light sources here. Why are they not, like, dissuading?
6 o'clock!
I hate how it's, like, individual. It's like, there we go. This thing is nearly broken apart. Come on. Let's try and get to the end.
You suck. Keep him off of me!
Come on. It's just annoying when there's just like one straggler. Like that.
Next time I'll stay with the exploding gas station.
Yeah.
There, it's Marcus. We have the junker. Do you copy?
Yeah, you on your way or what? We're getting screwed to the wall over here.
We're almost there. Let's do this.
Let's go.
Let's do this.
Yeah, like just the silly like running shot here, as if he's like really needing to go to the bathroom, but he's forgotten the toilet paper, so he's running back for toilet paper.
Actually, had that a bit. I might actually have it now. Honestly, I'm like feeling it.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Thank you for like joining in and stuff like that, and you know, giving a little bit of insight here and there.
Of course, of course. Anyway, I'll catch you guys next time.
Catch you next time.
Fire in the hole! Snipers!
Snipers. Oh, there they are.
Reloading! Regroup! I can't make it. Down there! Boom, baby!
Down where?
Nice! Ah, come on! Nice! Save some ammo.
Oh, get rid of that guy. This squelching noise sound effect is kind of funny to hear, just being like so strong outside of the normal sounds. Nice. Like there. And then, hold on. Thumping their feet. Oh. Oh. Go. Gotcha. Alright, I need more ammo. Oh, could I have... Ow. Who the fuck is throwing a rocket? Oh, you.
Almost had us, man. Let's move out.
Oh. So we could have done that. The Daka orcs would be happy about this. More Daka.
There, turn that shit off.
I was interested in that music. I don't know what this guy's on about. Defended stranded settlements and headed to something or other. Okay. Look, I don't have the highest situational awareness, okay? Okay. Too much noise, that's what? Yeah, no, there's just a lot of noise. It can just get overwhelming. Also, I kind of need to go to the bathroom real quick. I am so sorry. So here's what I'm going to do. I don't know how... I'll probably get myself like another can of soda to keep myself awake for a little bit longer. But what I'll do is I'll get the let me get the words on stream running, because the advertisement's gonna run in like 2.5 minutes. But I'm gonna run. Let me see. Can I run the advert? Yeah, I can run 1.5 minutes right now, and then I'll have the Let me just get the buttons. Where's the thing? Here we go. Words on stream. Let's get you. Hit start. Here we go. So, bathroom break BRB. Someone already got eels. Damn it. All right. BRB. All right, I'm back. I thought about it, but I decided against it. And I'm not going to get myself like another, can of soda and such like that, because, we've got like an hour left into the stream, and probably a better idea not to like start doing, blah, blah, blah. It's probably best not to start doing a, like another soda and what have you for like, caffeine reasons, and just stick to water. So, nice work, Soylent Orange. Do we want to do another level? There's an advertisement that's going to run in like a second. So it's going to be 1 minute and a bit. So I don't know how many of you are going to be watching this thing. Let's see. Also, I just need to double check and make sure there isn't any like critical notifications. Nah, back to gaming once the ad finishes anyway. Fair enough. Oh. I can see success. Actually, no, I won't type anything in. I'll wait for someone else to get to it. Nah, it needs to be at least 4 letters, Artemis. Uses. That works. And there goes Jack taking the success. There's a trivia game that I go to trivia like once a week, and one of the questions that pops up in the game of trivia is actually a blah 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 blah. It's a game of like, you have to unscramble the word, and it makes like a full word. So you have to try and like, figure out what the full word, like what the word is. So playing words on stream is a fun little like the summoning the demon questions. Yeah, basically the summoning the demon questions. But yeah, this is like really good practice in trying to this is really good practice in trying to get the like better at unscrambling words and what have you. So I'm kind of glad I was able to figure out success from that. Granted, this thing makes it a little bit easier because it jumbles the words around again and again and again, which I think is really helpful. Also, hi Velk, welcome. I know we're like, doing words on stream right now, but prior we were doing Gears of War. Once the advertisement is over, then I'll go back to Gears of War. So we just need to figure out Cess is a word? That seems weird. Damn it, as soon as I say it, unskippable ads. So sorry. You're back? It looks like, okay, it looks like you're back. All right, I'm just gonna turn off autopilot real quick. All right, so Velk's at 8, Soylent Orange got 12, Jack did really well this round in general writing, and then Artemis, you're coming in second. The winner is me. We went pretty far. Like, I reckon we could probably do like a just chatting. Like, when I do a just chatting stream, we could probably do a words on stream segment, like just for like 15, 30 minutes and see if we can get to like the higher levels or something like that. But we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that tonight. I've got, you know, I've got Gears of War I need to get through and what have you. Decent for not even trying last round. Fairly good. Fairly good. All right. Unpause. We're currently into Act 2 of the first game.
Hold up!
Damn it.
Okay, Delta. Looks like we're walking.
Are you kidding me?
Doesn't like the idea of walking. Oh, we're at Act 3 now. Okay.
Control. This is Delta Squad. Our vehicle is DOA and we're now on foot. Please advise.
Copy that, Delta.
How many acts are in this game?
Lift is offline.
Phil, can you do a quick Google of
continue down this
Gears of War Reloaded and see how many acts or chapters there are into the first game?
Stupid junker. Piece of shit. Can you fix it?
Man can fix anything, man. Just need the right parts.
Oh, that's interesting, how it had, like, different sound depending on the thing. Stream broke, but mission heard, 1 second.
What was that? Control, we got what looks like glowing wretches out here.
Copy that. We've had reports of lambent wretches before, possibly due to direct emulsion exposure. Be advised, they are extremely volatile.
36 chapters in total? Okay, and... So yeah, because I'm at Act 3, Belly of the Beast. So, 5 acts. Oh, okay, yeah, acts, that works. So yeah, so we're approaching the halfway mark, it seems. Alright. Let's see how this helps. God, it must be absolutely terrible standing in the rain like this.
Open that door, will you?
It's locked.
Just get Jack to open it.
Won't work. These doors are too thick. Control, this is Delta. We're at the factory, but the entrance is blocked.
Copy that, Delta. I'm sorry, but I don't see any other options on my screen.
All right, this'll go faster if we split up. Cole, Baird, you head that way. We'll head right. Radio us when you find an entrance.
Oh, man.
Yeah, he's a little sad.
I'll be sure to take that under advisement, Cole. Now move it.
Yes, sir!
Come on, Cole. Let's move. Damn, Marcus.
You'll get over it.
Scouting the factory.
Did you see that? Yep. Yeah, I did. Kinda wish I hadn't.
You're fully reloaded, you're fully reloaded, you're fully reloaded. Alright. Let's go! Cole's too chill, he ain't gonna let that get him down. That's good. Are these guys gonna, like, explode when I shoot them? Yep, they're gonna explode.
Oh, yeah.
Nice!
Yep, they're gonna explode. way. Squat and run. Also, is there like some sort of like clue with like the gears here and there? Is it because like it'll tell me, oh, there's like a little thing nearby? Don't get too close to melee these. Yep, I figured. They're glowing, and they're normally the enemy that you can kind of be like real close to and such. I'm gonna take that as a sign as don't get too close. Also, I need to practice trigger discipline here. So. Alright, so, ooh, elevator?
Control, we found an elevator, but we need power.
There may be an external generator somewhere nearby.
Roger that, stand by.
Marcus needs to always go back to control for whatever reason. Alright, is it these generators they're talking about? No. Knowing my luck, it's probably in that building there. Are they trying to do a horror element right now in this game? Damn it, you pushed that into me, Dom. Thinking he's gonna be a prank. It reminds me of the Naruto run. This? No, this is definitely not the Naruto run.
I mean, it's bad enough when we're fighting these things outside, in broad daylight. But underground? In the dark?
Yeah, could be bad. But hey, don't tell Baird that. He's scared shitless as it is.
Like, look, it looks like someone that, like, you know, is like was in the middle of the bathroom break and is like, oh wait, I need to go and get toilet paper from the other bathroom, and is like doing a little like scaredy sprint to get to it. That's what it looks like to me. Equally as stupid looking. Okay, the Naruto run is not stupid looking. Like, if you were like super fast and like, you know, the whole sprinting and the arms thing was unnecessary, then the Naruto run can look pretty cool. It's just unfortunate that no one in real life is fast enough to do the
We've been here for
to do the cool looking run.
Well, good for you, smartass. Give us your location.
The basement, and it's a dump.
Control, this is Delta. We're in.
Copy that. Keep moving through the factory till you find the cart control room. I'll use the carts to get you to the mine.
Delta, let's not waste any time meeting up. Let's just find that control room.
Watch out for the boogeyman.
Just see if you can get the lights back on. Delta 1 out.
Got an airsoft weapon? Me? No.
Locked, and it's too thick to cut.
Also, is that... Oh no, it's just a normal. I thought there was going to be like an Easter egg on the screen, but it's just a normal, like, it's just something like you would usually find on like a what's-a-mahoozy mining rig thing. I think this is, or like just any sort of electrical system. Just silly squatting. Oh boy. Yep. They've been extra hungry and ready to explode. Although I don't appreciate the flashing light. That's like a little bit. Hang on. Flash reduction. Here we go. On. Do you wish to keep these settings? Yes. It didn't do it! It didn't do shit! Honestly, me when I see honey chicken. You don't want to get your fingers like all sticky, so you just start going from the bowl.
Yeah, Baird, you did.
Yeah, turn them off, will ya?
Huh? What?
Never mind.
So yeah, I thought that would have been like a video game screen, but it's not. Alright. Let's see, will this have a reduction in flashing, or...
Ceasefire! Dipshit.
Finally, the rescue team.
What are you doing in here?
Waiting for you? I'm ready to go.
We're looking for the cart control room. Where is it?
Well, you have to get down to the factory floor through that door, but it's locked.
Well, how about you help us unlock it?
Who? Me? Aren't we leaving?
No, don't know where you got that idea.
Come on. Dipshit.
Marcus just doesn't like anyone. Calling everyone a dipshit.
This is Delta 1. Still proceeding as planned. But we have a stranded with us.
No shit. Hey, ask him if he's seen any geobots. I still need one for our junker.
Hey, Baird, keep looking for that cart control room. Phoenix out. Delta 2, come in. Watch the vents.
Roger. You're not gonna believe where we are.
Joel, could you give us Delta 2's location?
GID readings are faint. Looks like the sewer system?
There's shit everywhere. Come on, man. A little bit of this is good for you. Builds your immune system.
Yeah, not exactly how it works, Cole, but sure, thank you for the positivity.
No way. Sucks to be them. Hi, boys.
I can smell
there you go.
A mile away.
Screw you, man.
Get down here and guys? See how much you like it. Hopefully they're doing good.
One more, it's a fucking party down here.
No thanks.
Keep moving. We'll see you at the carts.
What do you think are the chances this man's gonna die in the next couple seconds?
Can we please just leave?
No. We've got work to do.
Please. If we stay here, they'll kill us for sure.
Relax, will ya?
You relax. You viewers all suck. Bunch of bloodthirsty fascist pigs.
What the shit? Oh boy, that's gonna make me feel a little uncomfortable. Where is gonna, like, now I'm gonna be keeping an eye out for, like, fascist, like, nonsense.
If we cut through here, we'll be all right.
Knowing our luck, something's gonna... Yeah, not good.
Shit, he's gone.
Careful. You need to keep moving. Just watch your step.
Damn, I hate this place.
Get out of the way.
Oh, yeah. Scratch one grub.
Where's the rest of them? Are they just gonna keep popping up? Yeah, they're probably just gonna keep coming up. So I now need to find a different way. Hi there, Davy boy. Gears of War, the bromance game of my teens. Is it a romance game? I can imagine it being a bromance of some sort. God damn it. soon as I saw those planks, they were gonna give out. Yeah. As soon as I saw those planks, I had the same thought as well. So now comes the bit where I'm trying to suss out like which ones are the bastard.
Who's next?
So close. Alright, so... Because I thought it was like anything that had like the little X's underneath them were safe. But that doesn't seem to be the case. Unless I'm like soft locking myself by accident. There we go. Annoying.
Lock and load.
Alright. So... yeah, let's avoid that one. Yeah, this leaves it, so this leaves the only way. And there we go.
Nice.
Nice. Terrible burning. Assault rifle.
Good to go.
Alright, over into the loading bay we go. For the inspiring music, but we're here. Oh, cool. The door's open now. I guess they didn't want me, like, sprinting through all that.
Marcus! Fuck you.
Here we go, here we go. Snub pistol. Alright, that man definitely did not stay in there to survive. That is really unfortunate.
Can't stop the train, baby.
Hi there, Cole.
You guys look good. Oh, smell good, too.
I don't want to hear it, man. Not a word.
Whatever you say, man.
What about the resonator, Cole? Still in one piece?
You know what? The train is a smooth ride.
Good for us. Alright, cool. The thingamajiggy is now open, which means we can now open this. Right, T-tighty.
I saw something up high.
Oh, yeah.
Having too much problem here.
Damn! Jack, open that door.
Thank you, Jack. I got gibbed. Alright.
I saw something up high.
Avoided all that. Alright, moving on. The mechanic of like having like cooperative AI sounds good in theory, but yeah, 2006 they didn't really have it down to as strong of a science as we would have liked.
Jack, open that door. Form up! Throwing frag!
Go. Hi there, Kahlua. Are you winning Grant the Zebra? I would like to think I am. If I can see where the...
Form up.
go. We're currently into Act 3 of Gears of War. And then... That's fine, that's fine. So let's grab you.
Control, this is Delta. We're at the cart control room.
Copy that, Delta.
Everybody, grab some ammo.
How's it going on your side, Kahlua? You doing good? Nope.
Man, you should have get in your own cart. No way am I standing next to you.
What? Let's just get this over with. Let's do this thing. Whoa!
Alright, we each get our own cart. That's cool.
Control, we're headed into the furnace. Divert the carts. Anya, we're moving into the fire. Reroute anywhere, now!
Go. This is easy enough to follow, I suppose.
Oh, yeah! You guys okay? Nearly.
Come on, baby. The train's at home on the rails.
Scratching up Ah, damn it. Not how I intended to vote that.
Nice!
Nice. But yeah, never played this game before, Kahlua. This is the furthest I've gone.
Nice!
Marcus, calm down. It's just a gun. Marcus has only, like, one gauge, and that is anger.
What the hell is that doing here?
Checking tickets?
Go. Whee! Did it.
That was fun. Control, this is Delta. Do you read?
I copy. You're almost there. The drilling platforms are straight ahead in the core room.
You guys hear that?
Yep.
Then move out.
There we go.
Got it.
No, wrong. There we go. They reloaded the wrong... They replenished the ammo for the wrong thing. Oop.
My mama could kill your weak ass!
Try this again. There we go.
You okay?
Easy as pie. It's nothing to worry about. Have you played this game before, Kahlua? Gears of War?
One grub. Control, this is Delta. We've entered the core room.
Stand by, Delta. I'm raising the platforms for you.
Nice.
Engage! Attacking! Frag out! Ah! Damn!
I'm gonna press too soon for a reload.
Throwing frag!
And they're still standing in the same spot, which means I'm probably better off just... Oh, never mind. They progressed. Good for
fun. Remind me to think on. Everybody, get on your platform. Control, this is Delta. We're on the drilling platforms.
Copy that. Sending platforms down now. Once you're in the mine, you'll need to find the pumping station and plant that resonator. Get it done before dawn. You don't want to be there when the krill come back.
It's go time.
Oh, that's why we had to do it at night, is because of the krill are out at night, and when they're not, they come back into the mine to protect themselves from the UV. Makes sense. That makes a little more sense.
Damn. Ugh, stinks down here. There's krill shit everywhere.
All right, enough. Let's get this done and get out of here before the krill come back.
I heard that.
Alright, let's get to the pumping station. He just runs so silly, doing the whole, like, crouching forward thing. Like, he's just crouching like that.
Oh, yeah! Okay, we can't take a chance with the resonator. Cole, Baird, you two stay here and guard the merchandise.
Hey, you don't have to tell me twice.
We'll radio you when it's all clear.
See ya.
You. So that way we get, like, relatively full ammo. And make our way down through the mines.
I don't know, man. Being underground like this gives me the creeps. We're just gonna go in, we're gonna plant the resonator, and then we're gonna leave. Easy. You say so. Oh, yeah!
Oh, how many days since incident? 2 days. This plant has worked 2 days without a lost time injury. The best previous record was 4 days. That's not a lot. That's not a lot. Also, time lost injury. Alright, that was a little silly to see. Just fucking, like, banana peel slipping.
Yeah. There. We ran into a problem. You and Cole are gonna have to find an alternate route.
Roger that. We're moving.
We'll see you there.
Nice!
Ready? Anything up here of import? water bottle. More frag grenades. Reload you for the extra nonsense. Here we go. Deadly unserious game. Like, it has these moments where it will do that. It'll just decide to be not so serious for something like that.
Scratch one grub.
But then there's just aspects of it where it's just like trying to be like super serious sci-fi, like fate of humanity, like military-industrial complex, and our relinquish of freedoms in order to combine our might together is a small price to pay to be free from the aliens. It's like, it does moments like that. And Dom just pops up out of nowhere. Like, it does, like, I don't know, it doesn't stand the test of time, in my opinion, in terms of, like, narrative and what have you. Granted, I am, like, comparing this to things like Halo and, like the original Halo trilogy or the Mass Effect trilogy, so it's like...
Back in your hole!
There we go. The problem with the...
Got it.
Yep, let's go with you, because... The problem is that these guys are written and acted as incapable of having a sincere moment. The way Marcus says, "Hoorah!" shit just comes out of this... Comes off as... perfunctory, it's extremely stilted and fun. Yeah, it's like... I don't know, it's... I feel like if this was in a Warhammer universe, or like Warhammer writers, they would have taken a better job on this.
Still en route. Who knows where the hell we are?
We're off our route, too.
I know.
We'll all keep moving. If you get to the pumping station first, you'll guide us in. Deal?
Deal.
Dude. Oh.
Hear that?
Got another!
Screw this!
And that's the emulsion they're talking about.
Okay, we're running out of time. We gotta split up and find that station.
Alright.
I hope I got the right path here.
Hey, I hope we both...
Knowing our luck, we're gonna meet up in the middle.
Incoming! Damn!
Just helping out Marcus however I can.
Nice!
Go. Oh, come on! I was ready to hit you with the melee. And this is the remake? Because I beat the one and do not remember any of this pump station stuff. Oh, this is not... This isn't an original,
Okay, we're running out of time. We gotta split up and find that
Interesting.
station.
Okay, okay. So they did introduce some random new levels. I wasn't aware of that.
I hope I got the right path here.
Hey.
Thank you for the random shirt, Soylent. Let it snow.
Incoming! Down in front.
I can't see it!
Go.
Ah! Come on!
God damn it. Missed it again.
Oh yeah! Next! Is that all you got?
Alright, cool. I didn't get bamboozled by you this time.
Shit!
Damn it! How many times has that pick a path thing shown it? Because I know for certain the first didn't have any of those. So far, like, I want to say 3 or 4 times now at the start for like, hey, do you want to like go through like the tutorial or do you want to just get right into the business? And then there's been like, you know, pick a path on the left or the right, and then this one here. So...
Nice.
Nice. Like, sometimes they sound pretty decent, but then, yeah. Alright, and now he's joined back up with us, so... Once again, the illusion of choice.
Come on!
Where's Dom? Oh, cool, you're right there.
Oh, you want
Go.
Oh, shit! Corpser! Well, it's him or us. There's no going back. There, we've got a corpser.
Damn, that explains the earthquake. Okay, we're on our way.
Alright. Get past all this. Belly of the Beast, Angry Titan. It's almost spider-like, but it... Ugh. I hate it. Aiming for the right thing? I don't know. so we can't push past it. Oh, it's shooting the chin. That makes a little more sense, because, yeah, the reticule turns red. Thank you. That, you know, makes a little more sense. I thank you for that, Soylent Orange. I definitely needed that. So, yeah. Apparently, I'm only one stream with more than 4 watches away from earning affiliate, which would be neat, because then I could do all the emotes, effects, and stuff. Hey, nice! That sounds pretty good. Have you got into, like, a consistent, like, sort of streaming cadence now with it? Or are you still doing it whenever you feel like it? Oh, okay, belly. There we go. That's what... okay, this trivializes it just a little bit.
There's gotta be a way to stop it! Wretches!
I think we're just pissing it off!
What the fuck is he meaning wrench? Oh. There we go. Oh, what? A Crocomire... What is a Crocomire? Is this emulsion shit? Like, is it just oil? Like, is this just glowing radioactive oil?
It's the time to kiss my ass.
Man, I can't believe we missed this.
Cole, still got the resonator?
Looted, suited, and ready to get executed.
And the time?
5:15.
Sun's coming up soon. Let's move.
Ooh, boy. Alright, let's get moving, let's get moving. Oh, wait, I'm not supposed to be going this way, am I? Locate the pumping station before dawn? Like... Super Metroid, boss was invincible, but you push it over a weak bridge and it fell into the lava.
Form up.
Yep. I was worried for a second. So it looks like this is the right direction. Hopefully this is the right direction. It was pretty intense for a SNES game. You have to watch and try it out. Get back out while its skin and face burned off. Okay, okay. Yep, cool. They're following me.
Look at all that juice.
Hey, Marcus. How much do you think all that emulsion's worth?
I don't think I can count that high.
Torque bow? To charge the bow, hold the mouse, release to fire it, charging enough of the what's-mahoozy sticks.
Sweet.
Okay. interesting little weapon, I'll say. And only 6 bullets to the bow, so it better be worth it.
Finally, there it is.
Okay,
So
here's
the
the
pumping
plan.
station.
Dom, we're going straight in. Cole, Baird, you two flank right and provide support. Above all, protect that resonator. You got it?
Got it. Got it.
Hi there, Yinception. Welcome, welcome. I'm getting through Act 3 right now in the Gears of War game. Hello.
It's just the wind.
Yeah, right. When's the last time the wind said hostile to you?
What the fuck?
Those aren't drones.
Oh, shit. Looks like they upgraded.
They're called Theron guards.
Think they know what we're doing?
Well, let's clear that station.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't do that. I didn't do that too well. How's it going for your side, Yinception? You been doing all right? There, sorry. All right, let's go. Let's go. You haven't been able to sleep at all? That's not great. That's not great.
What the hell's that sound?
Sorry to hear that's happening to you.
Yeah, right. When's the last time the wind said hostile to you? Those aren't drones.
Oh, shit. Looks like they upgraded.
They're called Theron guards.
Think they know what we're doing?
Well, we're not here to... Let's clear that station. Nice!
Oh, that was perfect.
Sweet.
Alrighty, let's get. Oh no 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 no! Damn it! So I can quite easily get, you know, blasted.
You hear that? What the hell's that sound?
It's just the wind.
Yeah, right. When's the last time the wind said hostiles to you? Those aren't drones.
Oh, shit. Looks like they upgraded.
They're called Theron guards.
Think they know what we're doing?
Well, we're not here to sell cookies. So they know something's up. Let's clear that station. Nice! Don't mind if I do. Oh, yeah!
In the world.
Don't mind if I do. You think? I hadn't noticed. Lock and load. Who's next?
There we go, secured it.
Okay, time to go home. Baird.
Has this been going on a while? What has? Oh, the sleeping problem for, You were talking about the sleeping thing for, E. Alright, so... Restore power. Oh, okay. Well, where is that? How do I deal with the power problem? Okay, there we go. Alright. Sonic Resonator, deploying.
Baird, let's go!
Fuck is he? What? Because, like, I'm pretty sure Carmine or Dawn had, like, that thing as well. What in the actual fuck? That is not a, that was not a mapping tool.
Control, this is Delta. We're clear. Resonator has been detonated.
Did it, Marcus? Stand by. King Ravens are en route.
Yeah.
So we going back to base?
I guess so.
Good, cause I'm done.
Food, man. Hot food. All day long.
Delta, bad news. It didn't work.
Oh, did it?
What do you mean it didn't work? Baird, let's go!
Go deep enough?
I mean, that lousy resonator didn't deliver the goods. According to Anya, we're missing data on, hell, I don't know, most of the network. We'd need 100 resonators to map these tunnels.
So what? We'll use this instead.
I'll use it to smash your teeth in. How about that?
Shut up and look at it. Look. Those are locust tunnels, Phoenix. You know I'm right.
Where did you find that?
It popped on screen when I hacked in. The files were there.
Phoenix, report!
Anya, are you seeing this?
Affirmative. And Private Baird is correct. That geobot is showing more tunnel data than the resonator.
Oh, this is bullshit.
Give me a 0 point on that data.
Sir, well, it came from East Barricade Academy. From his father's house, specifically.
Whose father?
Sergeant Phoenix, sir.
You think you can still find your way back home, Phoenix?
Yes, sir.
Reroute those choppers, Lieutenant. They're taking Delta to EBA immediately.
That's not great. Elevator that leaves this place, why couldn't you just take it there? I think the reason why is because it would have been like heavily guarded at nighttime. Who knows?
Radar echoes ahead. Yeah, command wants us to get this shit locked down ASAP so we can move to new location.
Also, the fact that it wasn't powered on is probably the reason why.
Nemesis, hang on! Can't shake him! Gun one, take him down!
So it probably wasn't an option for them until the elevator was powered on, and it was probably at a distance that you couldn't just normally rappel down. That is some massive fucking shell casings. They're not normally that long.
Hang on! ALC is on! Repeat, on!
Alrighty.
We need to secure this courtyard. Move out!
I am actually gonna go and call it here, because it's just now past 10 o'clock, and it's probably as good a time as any to, No, okay, so there's like comics and such. Unseen, unsaid. Harper story. Neat. So if we wanted comics, we can go through there. And then there's different kinds of extras. Performance benchmarks. Reloaded, the ultimate, and the original credits. Okay. But yeah, that is gonna be it for me tonight. I reckon we're doing some pretty decent progress. I would be impressed if I actually get through to the end, because I'll be playing this again Wednesday night. Wednesday night is gonna be the next time that I play it. I don't want to say, like, you know, with 100% and confidence, but I'm pretty sure I will get through Gears of War at least in the first week, like this particular copy of the game. I'm not entirely certain how I will get to Gears of War 2, 3, and 4, but maybe it's just a case of like there's a means of being able to play the, like, or just like purchase a copy or something like that, because it looks like it can be done via like Xbox Cloud Gaming of all things, weirdly enough. So it's like if you're on a higher tier Xbox Pass subscription, then you can do cloud gaming. So, you know, we'll see if it's like a possibility or what have you. But yeah, any chance I could impress upon you to raid me? Might be able to get the last affiliate stream done. Yeah, we can get that going. Have you started streaming already? Hang on. Message? Oh, okay, yeah. The Super Metroid Kakumair boss. You showed that off to me. All right, cool. But yeah, that is going to be it for me tonight. We're going to go raid into Soylent Orange over here. So then that way we can try and, you know, support them into getting into the next, get their needed average viewers, the number of streams and followers and all that kind of nonsense. So then that way they get to become an affiliate streamer. Apparently it's an invalid username, unless just now. Invalid usernames, so it won't let me raid into Soylent Orange for whatever reason. Give me a second. Like, is it because you haven't started streaming yet, or... One moment. What is up? Okay, hang on. Raid channel. Following list. Let's try this again. Let's try this again. So Resolar, Trumpet Collins, Desi. There we go. Killing aliens. Will it let us do the raid from here? After you've been running for like a minute? Let's see. Start the raid. Yeah, it'll let us do a raid from here. Excellent, excellent. All right. So we're just going to go with the short and sweet himbo raid. If you are not subscribed, you're welcome to use whatever other kinds of emotes that you want. I'm going to be using my emotes, so got that at the ready. And yeah, otherwise, I want to say thank you for everyone who came along to tonight's stream as we get through Gears of War. I greatly appreciate it. Hopefully, I'll be able to get through Gears of War through like most of it on Wednesday, and I'll see how I'll be able to play Gears of War 2 and Gears of War 3 via because I don't have explicitly an Xbox of my own, so it's probably going to be a case of I might need to figure out how to do like the Xbox cloud streaming thing and see what the quality is like when I go and do it, when I go and play it on my PC that way. I hope you all have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are. I will be back online Wednesday night, and if I don't see you then, I'll see you all next time. Bye for now. Bye-bye.